Good morning, everyone, and welcome. Welcome to day 3 of the festival. My name is Ria Sampillo. I use she, her pronouns. I'm a second-generation Filipina American based in Houston, Texas, and I am your co-director of Starry Nite Arts Fest this year, 2021. I'm also your MC for the day until Abby takes over a little later in the evening. So thank you so much for being here. A little bit more about myself. I'm also part of the OCA Arts and Storytelling Committee. I also organize for the Filipinx community here in Houston. I was one of the founding members of UNIPRO Texas chapter, and I'm also a part of Filipinx Artists of Houston. If you don't know already, our works is featured in San Antonio at the McNay. So anyone in San Antonio, go ahead and visit the museum and the exhibit currently. But before I begin the program, I want to start with a land acknowledgement. I personally choose to continuously learn and recognize my own place in the history of colonization, still working to unlearn any actions, behaviors that may silence others or perpetuate systemic oppression. I want to also recognize and encourage all of you, actually, to uplift and connect with the cultural legacies that existed and continue to exist here today. We acknowledge that we occupy stolen land. The lands that make up Texas are the home to the Alabama Coshada tribe of Texas, the Kickapoo traditional tribe of Texas, the Isleta del Sur Pueblo, the Lipan Apache tribe, and the Texas Band of Yaqui Indians. We acknowledge the many systemic erasure of these tribes and recognize they are still among us today. We acknowledge the peoples of these nations, their cultures, their communities, their elders, both past and present, as well as future generations. We acknowledge and offer deep gratitude to the land and waters on which we stand upon. If not in Texas at the moment, you can find whose land you are occupying here on native-land.ca. Thank you so much for taking that moment with us. And I want to get into OCA's mission and vision really quick. So OCA is to advance the social, political, and economic well-being of the AAPI community. And currently we have several programs ongoing on top of the festival right now. And it is our bystander training. So in response to the increased rise of anti-Asian American harassment and anti-hate towards marginalized communities of color, OCA is providing educational and awareness tools to combat these types of systemic oppression. This Situational Awareness Workshop, or SAW, is a free 1 hour and 30-minute interactive training to teach people on how to be a confident and effective bystander against racism and discrimination. Also, OCA Greater Houston is doing the GOTV, or Get Out the Vote campaign, reaching out to the AAPI community to remind everyone to register to vote for the municipal elections coming up this November, which includes the HISD Board of Trustees, and we're currently knocking on 50,000 doors. We also have many youth programs, which is listed on our website. So if you have the chance, go visit ocahouston.org for more info. And of course, lastly, you are currently tuned into OCA's Starry Nite program. And again, before we talk about Starry Nite Arts Fest, I want to extend my deepest gratitude and highlight the folks who are doing all the behind the scenes work today, and of course for our closing day too, and throughout the whole festival actually. So I wanted to give a special thanks to Maria Duran. She is our virtual backstage manager. I also want to give special thanks to Albert, who is our artist and performance liaison coordinator. I also want to pay special thanks to Abby Trino. She is our youth coordinator. And of course, my co-director, Trisha Morales. She was facilitating with, you can pop on really quick, Trish, to say hi. Thank you for manning the back end today. Yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and disclose our mission and vision of Starry Nite. So Starry Nite Festival was created to highlight and celebrate the diversity of AAPI artists, culture, and community, and to share the untold AAPI experience for the greater Houston metropolitan area through a shared AAPI community space, organized by a dedicated team of volunteers to benefit community nonprofit organizations and AAPI artists. The mission of Starry Nite Festival is to promote AAPI artists, craftspeople, and entrepreneurs, and to create a community space that promotes civic engagement in Asia Town, Houston, as a cultural destination for the arts. So pre-COVID, we were all gathered on Corporate Drive. I don't know if any of you are familiar. It's by East West Bank, and it was, a night market. I actually missed like the food and the vendors there, but it was a night market with food, music, and of course the communities was there, and then there were featured artists and performers. Last year we took it to, we all went virtual. So last year was our first Starry Nite Arts Festival, and I'm just going to talk about that a little really quick. So when we went virtual last year, our theme was giving, right? And so we broke that up into 4 pillars, right? So giving back to the community, giving up old habits, because we all went introspective for a while, for the entire like COVID, in the start of COVID, giving space for unheard voices and giving yourself time to heal, right? So what does rest look like? What does healing look like for you during the COVID time? And we had an amazing lineup, and if you want to go ahead and check out our website, you actually still have access to the content from last year. And so we actually this year wanted to build upon that theme of giving, right? We wanted to, last year we really wanted to highlight all of the community organizers that were, supporting the community during these tough times, and of course the artists and performers that were, uplifting us during the pandemic. So we really dedicated last year's festival to highlight and recognize all of them. And so, like I said, to build upon the theme of giving, Trish and I were wanting to center this theme kind of based on, the Starry Nite Festival like name. So while we were workshopping names, the word constellation came up, and and it stuck, because when we think about constellations, we think about, of course, the night sky, how vast it is, right? But with constellations, like there's always a story, there's always folklore behind constellations. So the aspect of stories comes through, but also when we think about our ancestors, right? They use the stars, they use the constellations to navigate, to tell time, tell the seasons, right? So so for this theme for this year, like we really want the community to be a reflection of the same night sky, right? And so in asking our artists and performers this year, we wanted folks to really emphasize like the AAPI histories and narratives and stories and experiences that they hold, right? So as you tell your story, your light, your star brightens, and once you are able to tell your story, you are able to connect each and every one of these stories throughout the festival, right? So that's a little bit about the concept of, or the conceptual like theme for this year. But essentially, and I want to add that, with the theme of constellations, we also want to use this opportunity to start the conversation about Asian American studies in K through 12 schools. So in telling our story and telling our history and telling our narratives, it's not only in the community space, but we want to also extend that into, our like educational spaces, right? So this is the conversation is starting here, but it doesn't end here, right? So so the past few days, we also had like youth involved. We had a Dear Asian Youth Roundtable, and we will be ending and closing with another youth roundtable, so that we can again have the entire community on board for the topic of Asian American studies, in the topic of Asian American studies will be discussed in the School Board of Education in 2022 in June. So we want to make sure the community is prepared for that, so that we can implement that in our schools. So another thing to add is, beyond the festival, there is a Houston Collective Reimagining Education. So thank you, Trish, for posting that up. So if you want to get involved with the Asian American Studies in K through 12 schools movement, like, please check out that website, and more on that later. But I'm excited to talk more about like our festival programming. We do have an amazing lineup today, especially, and all of that can be accessed through our website. You can sign up and register for the workshops, for the reading and Q&A with the authors, and what have you. And of course, we will be closing tomorrow. Another thing to add also is that we do have film screenings of American Revolutionary and Sea Drift. So American Revolutionary, The Evolution of Grace Lee Boggs, is available to view September 17th to October 1st, so you have time. The next one, we do have Sea Drift. It's available throughout this festival, and it ends September 29th. And so I think this feature documentary really connects with Brandon Harris's like work. So if you're able to catch his artist talk later on today, I highly advise all of you to attend. It's going to be a wonderful conversation. So I'm going to go ahead and overview what all of you are going to be watching or tuning into today. So in about 10 minutes, we are going to have ELIZA out for her artist talk and Q&A. And then next, we will have a closed Zoom programming for LIVIA BLACKBURNE's reading and Q&A. Her book she will be discussing is I Dream of Popo. And then after, we are going to have ULIYA's workshop, Authenticity in Art Making, Redefining an Artistic Calling. And so ULIYA was our artist who's featured live last night. I absolutely love their performance and their conversation with the panelists yesterday. Please, please, please register and tune into their workshop. And of course, we will be featuring Brandon Harris, as I mentioned earlier. Please tune into his artist talking Q&A today. And later on tonight, Abby will be taking over, and we'll be featuring our evening artists. So Ashley Wang, MITO, Tommy Wan will be, and HYUN Suk-hyo will be performing, or that you'll be watching their performances, and then later on, some of these artists will be joining us in an interdisciplinary panel. Okay, so that was a lot, but one of the amazing things too is we do have raffles ongoing throughout the festival. And we were able to give away a t-shirt and Kau Kalia's book, The Most Beautiful Thing. Congratulations to the winners. But for today, we have the Humankind Project pink sweatshirt by Tinlin Studio. Go ahead and follow him. He's an amazing artist based here in Houston. So you have the entire day to sign up, and we will be drawing the winner later on tonight. But before we begin, and before we go into our artist talk, every day of this festival, we are featuring our community organizers, our community partners. So today we do have Irfana from Daya.
Hi, my name is Irfana Hussein, and I'm the Director of Outreach and Education at Daya. Daya is a Houston-based organization that provides culturally specific services for South Asian survivors of domestic and sexual violence. Daya was founded in 1996 by local South Asian American women who saw the need for culturally specific services for the growing South Asian American community in the greater Houston area. At Daya, we are committed to addressing the cultural and systemic barriers to end the cycle of violence. DIA's approach to social justice and equity for the community is through a trauma-informed, survivor-centered, and intersectional lens. This approach allows us to create a constellation across communities as we join our forces to champion for a more just and equitable society. We are able to do this work through the support of various community-based organizations and coalitions that connect us all to each other. At DIA, we center the voices and needs of our community. We believe that knowing our history, including the history of those groups and people that came before us and laid the foundation for our ability to exist and thrive, is very important. Understanding this history, understanding our challenges and strengths, and our lived experiences is crucial in creating dialogue, education, and change. The stories of our founders, volunteers, staff, and survivors do not exist apart from, but rather are connected to, the Asian American history of Houston and beyond. We are fortunate to have the support and collaboration of many organizations and groups locally and nationally, so we can continue to actualize our mission and vision.
Thank you so much, Irfana. Everyone, that was DIA. Please follow them on Instagram. I know they're doing amazing work. So that was Irfana Hussein, the Director of Outreach and Education. So she has managed community outreach, educational programming, youth prevention, and awareness campaigns at DIA since 2016. She is a member of the Houston Coalition Against Hate, the Multi-County Interagency Coalition Against Sexual Assault, and Fort Bend County Crime Victims Response Team, where she holds a leadership position. Irfana has also participated in the Texas Council on Family Violence Prevention Coaching Group for the past 3 years. She has a decade of experience working with various nonprofits in the areas of program management, event planning, and community engagement. She is a graduate of the University of Texas at Austin with a background in South Asian studies. So everyone, that was Irfana, Director of Outreach and Education. She is wonderful and so grateful that they were able to submit a video this year for us for the festival. So it's one of our amazing community partners. So without further ado, I would like to introduce ELIZA and of course her facilitator Megan Sham. I know we're a little bit early, but I don't think. Oh, so yes, we're a little bit early, and that's okay. But just if you have a chance, everyone, if you're tuning in, if you're watching right now, do take a moment to, again, like I said before, register for those workshops, register for our readings and Q&A with the authors. Do check out our live streams for the past 2 days. They have been absolutely wonderful. And, like I said before, like we do have our content from last year, the theme of giving, and also make time for those screenings. Yeah. I do want to go ahead and get started, though. I can't wait for Lisa's talk, to be honest. But I would love to introduce our facilitator for today. Hold on one second. Actually, can we go ahead and put up the schedule really quick, just so everyone knows? Thank you. So again, that's what's happening today. And I think, hold on. All right, now that everyone has a chance to view our schedule for today, I cannot wait to introduce the facilitator for ELIZA's talk. Her name is Megan Sham and is a Houston native now working for OCA Greater Houston as an advocacy organizer. She studied anthropology, Spanish, and human rights at Southern Methodist University and focused her undergraduate thesis on studying the intersection of food, culture, and identity in the Chinese American communities in Houston and in Dallas. She hopes to work with OCA on various fronts, from youth and college civic engagement to voting and citizenship forums. Everyone, this is Megan Sham. Thank you for joining us today, and I'm going to go ahead and let you introduce ELIZA.
Hi everyone, I'm so glad that you're tuning in today. I'm here to introduce ELIZA. ELIZA Au is originally from Vancouver, British Columbia in Canada. She received her BFA from the Nova Scotia College of Art and Design and her MFA from the New York State College of Ceramics at Alfred University. Artist residencies that she has attended include Greenwich House Pottery from New York City, New York, the Museum of Contemporary Craft in Portland, Oregon, and the Corning Museum of Glass in Corning, New York. She has taught in Canada, United States, and internationally at various institutions, including the Emily Carr University of Art and Design, the Alberta College of Art and Design, Monmouth College, the University of Iowa, and the Alfred CAFA, Central Academy of the Fine Arts program in Beijing, China. Au is currently an assistant professor of ceramics at the University of North Texas. And here are how to find her on Instagram.
Great. Thank you so much. And nice to meet you, Megan, and thanks for the introduction. That's great. Yeah, so I think I'll just get started. My talk is called Conversations between Chaos and Order. I hope that actually, sorry, maybe I will go and share screen again. For some reason, I need to share. Oh, okay, share screen. Sorry. Not sure why I can't share the screen. Oh, sorry, stop screen. Sorry about that. Can you see the screen now? Sorry. Okay. Okay, so my talk is called Conversations Between Chaos and Order. And yeah, so I'm currently an assistant professor at the University of North Texas. And I'm going to be talking about my my work and also my practice as well. So yeah, so I grew up in Vancouver, British Columbia. And this is, you know, a very kind of Asian city with, you know, a lot of kind of Asian influences as well. So, you know, growing up there, I had like access to a lot of kind of Asian culture and a lot of Asian food as well. So being from, you know, my parents are originally from Hong Kong, but they immigrated to Canada So, I was really immersed in that culture for a long time. So just, a little bit about the culture in Canada. So originally, the Chinese people, they came over to Canada because of the gold rush. So yeah, so they actually, it was only a small group of men that came over to work. So, that population really died down a little later on because of, there weren't very many women that had immigrated to Canada at the same time. So later on, actually, in the sort of 80s and 90s, there was a lot of immigration to Canada because of Hong Kong trying to go back to China in 1997. So that, caused a lot of immigration to kind of come over to, basically settle in Vancouver and where I live. So growing up, I, learned Chinese as well. But that was part of my culture. I wasn't immersed in it, but I learned it from obviously being in North America. So just a couple of things that I'm interested in pursuing or seeing in my work. I do deal a lot with lattice structures, and so like, things like trusses or, salt, you can see that there's lattice forms here as well. They really are really interesting to me because they're structural forms, but also they're also decorative forms in a way. So I'm really trying to draw a connection between kind of ornament and also structure as well. So these are some things that I look at in my work in terms of pattern making. So, you can see here that there is this thing called the Bravai grid. So there's a lot of like, points that can actually make a pattern. So you can see on the left here, there's a lot of small points and then different types of ways that you can use that simple pattern motif and kind of rotate them and put them in different ways to, create a pattern. So this is actually one of the, first pieces that I had done quite a long time ago as an undergrad. So very long time ago, I started at the Emily Carr Institute of Art and Design. And I was wandering around kind of doing different things. But eventually I decided to do ceramics. So this is one of the first kind of boxes that I had done. So I made a box with kind of like a ornamental screen in the front that you could kind of look through and sort of see a face through. So I didn't have any, idea specifically that I was going to make an ornamental form. It was just something I was really interested in. And this was something that continued much later on in my practice. So some influences that I look at is a lot of Islamic patterns, and then also muqarnas, which are these kind of stalactite forms in Islamic architecture. So usually in a mosque, when you look under it, actually there's these stalactite forms that you can look at. So I'm really interested in the idea of sacred space and, kind of, how does it make you feel? How does this kind of pattern, this decoration, this architecture all contribute to this experience? More influences, the Ely Cathedral, which I'm really interested in. So the idea of kind of height and light and pattern, all kind of, working together to create that experience. More, references as well. So the mandala form here. So Carl Jung, he was a doctor who worked with patients that were mentally troubled. So, he gave them paper and also, the ability to draw different sorts of images. So a lot of them actually drew these kind of mandala forms so that, it looks like, everyone drew this kind of universal form, this mandala being really kind of centered. So I'm really interested in how that, that universal idea of that mandala is, contributes to the idea of spirituality. More influences here. So Zaha Hadid, she created these contemporary architecture with very kind of swooping sort of lines. And, this idea of this arabesque as being more of a contemporary kind of way of depicting sacred space. So we don't necessarily connect sacred space with contemporary architecture, but there is that kind of overlap because we think of these places as kind of pure, very like sacred, as in a way of also as a gathering place. So more kind of contemporary architects. This is Evan Douglas. He has using kind of historical pattern in a way that is very contemporary with lattice forms as well. So I look at a lot of contemporary architecture, and I'm really interested in how basically historical ornament is related to contemporary architecture. Okay, so some more recent, more contemporary artists. So Michael Eden on the left, and then also Chris White on the right. They both use digital technology in their work. To either reference ceramics or work with ceramics directly. So Chris White on the right-hand side uses basically porcelain tiles and then cuts them, and then you can slot them in place, and he may glaze fire them together to create this vessel. So again, something that is really historical, but interpreted in a really contemporary way. Marek Zakula, so this is actually one piece that is very influential in my work. So he's an Israeli designer, and he actually took a lot of these porcelain plates and then put them together and then put a decal over everything. So the introduction of kind of three-dimensional with two-dimensional here is really interesting to me, and it was very influential in my practice. So here's just some questions that, I'm thinking about with my work. So basically, how does pattern signify or represent the unknown? How does my work represent the experience of sacred space? And how does pattern speak about our relationship to the self? And how can working digitally change the dialogue between traditional and contemporary craft? So these are all questions that, I'm asking about in my work. These are just some texts and references of what I'm looking at. So I'll just go through this briefly and summarize it. But the workmanship of risk versus the workmanship of certainty. So for mold making and 3D printing. So using some sort of device, like a jig or a mold to reproduce objects with greater uniformity. Stylistic diffusion, adoption, and adaptation. So basically how pattern designs and motifs, change over time. Structure as metaphor. So structure and pattern in architecture and pattern in sacred space. So pattern in sacred space used as a way to represent the unknown. It serves both an aesthetic and also spiritual purpose. Technology also transforming material. So the idea of using technology to transform material into something that is really wonderful and seems like it could not be done by hand as well. So yeah, so using technology to kind of transform material to make it into something that you would probably go like, wow, when you saw it, like, I can't believe it's made out of clay or any other material. So, the arabesque is a pattern motif that I use really frequently in my work. You can see here that it's in dance, it's in Islamic art as well. So, yeah, so, it's in many different kind of ways. It's translated in many different ways, and it was originally from the Egyptian pelmet that you can see on the bottom center. So this was actually one of the really early pieces that I had done in my career. So it consisted of, many kind of slip cast bowls made out of the mold process, that were put together to create a pattern or a form. So you could actually stand over this and look down kind of into it, and see it that way and be immersed in it that way. I also made, this sort of installation at the end of my undergrad experience where you could stand up to these and kind of look into them in some sort of way. So, standing in front of them, looking kind of front on or looking down into them was, a way to kind of really experience that idea of sacred space. So after undergrad, I had a chance to go to Kohler, which was a part of the arts industry program. So Kohler is a company that actually most people would be aware of. If you go to Home Depot, you can see that they have sinks and also toilets as well. That's what they produce. So yeah, they have really a wonderful kind of setup where artists can actually come in and work on the line. I was an intern there, so I wasn't like a resident artist, but I still got to use all the facilities of the place. So, this was really eye-opening because I got to see what clay was like as a job. They're not artists, they're craftspeople. But also, how clay is so integrated into our daily lives as well. So after undergrad, I did a couple things. One of them was actually doing a residency with the Museum of Contemporary Craft in Portland, Oregon, which is no longer around, but it was a really great institution that supported contemporary craft. So I had the chance of doing a residency there, and my kind of proposal was to make this large kind of wall that you could walk into and then see this or experience this be like enclosed in this space here. So it was based actually on the eye of the hurricane and how the center point was this point of safety. So more just images of my time there. So I actually lived in a hut that was like down the hill from the museum and made these porcelain bricks there for pretty much like close to a year of making this installation. So all these bricks were basically stacked together, and then there was a metal rod that was running through them, and then Christmas lights were kind of strung through them. So you can see the final result actually in the bottom right-hand corner. So after that, I had a chance to go to graduate school in Alfred. So it's actually called the New York State College of Ceramics at Alfred University. That's pretty well known for ceramic art and also ceramic engineering. So when I actually went as a grad student there, I came in doing a lot of mold making, a lot of process called slip casting, which is basically using liquid clay into molds. So, when I was there, it was like, I was originally like a mold maker, but I wanted to try mold making in different types of mediums. So, one thing I was really interested in is working with both glass and also metal. So in metal, I was doing sand casting, ceramic shell casting, which is the white items that are in the middle there as well. So, it was a completely different type of medium, but it was like very similar in terms of the mold making process. So it was interesting actually going to different types of media because, the way that they work with the media, they have their own culture, they have their own tools, and they have their own way of working with that certain material. So, this is one of the objects that I had tried to do, which was unfortunately not very successful. but you know, making these metal rods that I kind of welded together, and it would pop out at different times because the temperature difference. But you know, that was that idea that, oh, maybe if I worked with a different material, I could also like make things that were larger as well. You know, more things from graduate school. So making actually models out of paper. So, you know, ideas of, you know, thinking about forms in a different material before I translated them into clay. So my actually advisor said to me, you know, paper and clay are completely different materials. Like paper is something that is very light and very thin as well. So it's like, you know, easy to kind of bend and flex, whereas clay is very rigid and hard. But paper really allowed me to kind of think about my ideas of, you know, making lattice forms and layering them up so I could basically look through them. Another idea of lattice or forms or creating patterns, you know, using nails to kind of weave over a string form. So, you know, you can see that there's quite a few points, and then like you can weave them over, you know, different types of variations of pattern over a single nail. So this is my MFA show here. So, you know, I eventually returned to slip casting. I made kind of a long sort of slip cast carpet that was at the front and kind of 3 mandala forms. So at the end of my experience of graduate school, I had like a metal plate which I hung on the wall, and then I included kind of paper, metal, which was in the form of nails, and then also ceramic tiles on there. So it was actually like almost like a large fridge, which I can move items around and on it. So you can see it here. You know, there's a lot of tiles with kind of paper that is kind of connected to it over top as well. So there is that idea of kind of chaos and order coming together. So, you know, you had some sort of direction to the center of this piece. But, you know, it is very chaotic because the paper is actually pulled down by gravity. So you have a lot of that kind of movement happening there. So this is just a close-up of that. So you can see how complicated it is, how many layers and kind of how much depth there is in the piece. So after graduating from graduate school, I had the chance to go to the Corning Museum of Glass to do a residency. I am a ceramic artist, but I had done some glass casting in graduate school. So there actually, you know, I was doing lost wax casting to create a piece which was almost like this carpet. So that, you know, this was called the fragility of belief. So basically, you know, the idea of belief in a physical form, you know, if you step on it, it's going to break, you know. So, you know, there is that idea of kind of something that's very beautiful, but very fragile, just like really like the human psyche and, you know, the human belief as well. So just a bit about my process. You can see actually here there's, you know, pieces of wax which are joined together. Originally they were pieces of plaster, as you can see on the upper left-hand corner, and they were cast in wax and joined together, and then a mold was made of that. So you can see on the bottom right here, there is actually molds or plaster silica molds that are made from those wax pieces. And then later on, the wax is actually melted out, and then glass is melted into it, into some inside something called a kiln. Another glass residency that I have done is at Pilchuck, which is actually quite near Seattle. It's very well known. It's more like a summer school where they blow glass. They also cast glass as well. So there actually I was working on like a smaller sculpture, which was one piece that was repeated, I think, in 8 times to create a larger piece. So this was made out of wax, and then also it was like pinned together before I made the mold of that. So all of these, models or these shapes were originally done in CAD and then eventually translated into wax or plaster, and then finally it's clay. So it goes through many different kind of hoops before actually becoming a ceramic or a glass piece. So this is an example of a CAD drawing that I did for that piece. You can see that it's many different pieces that are connected together or repeated around an axis, again, alluding to kind of a mandala form or, radial symmetry as well. So, this was really influenced by the cathedral where, you could look down onto the plan of the cathedral and see a pattern. And then you could also, if you looked on the side of the architecture, you could also see kind of patterns or layers as well. So this is the final piece here. It's made out of glass, so it had some really beautiful shadows when it shot down, and you could see it kind of displayed on the table, these shadows. So, this was also to give the viewer kind of an idea of having this experience in a sacred space, but obviously on a smaller scale. So more kind of renderings of different pieces that I've done. So this was a fairly complicated piece made of 27 modules. So there was actually like 3 columns of 3 pieces, which were arranged in a cube. And so you can see the different kind of views of that. So CAD really allows me to kind of brainstorm and see very complicated sculptures, which, obviously I wouldn't be able to draw these by hand at all. They're very complicated. So it allows me to visualize the end product without, putting too much emphasis or time and effort at the beginning. It also allows me, like, could change the shape and then also like draw it again in CAD, if I didn't like that end result. So this was the end result of that CAD piece or that CAD drawing. So, really like very influenced by cast iron gates and things like that. And, so it's a very kind of, straight, it's kind of linear sculpture in a way, but it's also incorporating arabesque. It's incorporating very organic areas or shapes as well, and colors. So that is that kind of intersection between nature and culture that I'm really quite interested in. So residencies have been a really major part of my career. I've really been fortunate to do quite a few residencies in the US and also abroad. So this was one residency that I did in the Netherlands at a place called the European Ceramic Work Center. And, this is my studio on the right here. And it was really beautiful. You could look out that window and you could see the clock in the distance, and it would chime maybe every hour. That was quite nice. So there, actually, I was pursuing a project based on these stalactite forms called muqarnas. And they were actually these faceted forms that were, in the ceilings of mosques. So, very interested in kind of symmetry and pattern, and this idea of this decoration as well to give this experience of being in a sacred space. So how I made these objects was that I used plaster. So it was a block of plaster that I cast that was dry, and it was put onto a machine called CNC mill, as you can see on the left. So that machine is like a mechanized drill, which can basically drill into the plaster to create a pattern. So you can see on the right, I poured liquid clay in it, it becomes solid, and it becomes different pieces that basically I could put together to create a piece. So more examples of my process here. You can see that there is almost this bowl, this upside down bowl that is made. And then I put these clay pieces on top of it, and then I fire them quite high. So you can see I'm taking it off of this bun-like upside down bowl on the bottom here to create this almost like spring-like texture. So this actually, when I do fire it with glaze at a lower temperature, it will not deform, because clay usually deforms when it goes to a very high temperature. So this is a method actually that I use to make a lot of my work. So that's why it's so like kind of, thin, it's very light, and it's almost like a spring. So this was the piece after, it was finished and assembled. So, working with kind of different layers to kind of create depth and kind of that big kind of bowl-like form. Just another kind of close-up of 8 of these pieces here. So you can see that, when light passes through it and makes these very beautiful shadows, that is on the ground as well. So kind of looking down on these pieces, looking through these pieces, really creating this experience of kind of complexity, which hopefully will evoke, emotions of kind of peacefulness or solitude as well. So yeah, so I'm going to get into a little bit of kind of more of what I'm thinking about behind my work. So the idea of ornament and also structure basically being one and the same. So I have this picture of this Eiffel Tower, because obviously, like most of this form is made of a lattice structure. It's made out of a lattice form. But that is ornamental, but it's also structural. Obviously, this piece would not stand up if it didn't have all the lattice pieces holding it together. So lattices can be both like beauty and structure, and pattern can all be basically the same thing. And the Eiffel Tower actually doesn't really have a particular function. It stands more of an icon of Paris, of France. So that's another thing, it doesn't necessarily have to be like a functional, quote unquote, like building, but it can be functional in the way that it is an icon. It stands for something. So this is, a picture of, comparing that idea of the lattice form, and then also the Jolly screen, which you have on the left as well. So that is, drawing some sort of connection there. So the wireframe, that's what we use to draw in CAD. Like there is a series of lines, and then it's kind of transformed into a shape with a kind of surface over it. But when you remove that surface, it has those lines, and I feel those lines are also quite ornamental as well. More ideas of the lattice form. So you can see like a skeleton, a net, honeycomb, obviously scaffolding. Those are all examples of what a lattice form is, right? They're both beautiful, they're both structural. And then the structure itself is designed in a way that it obviously can be functional, right? Like a net, allows water to pass through it, but obviously it catches fish. But through that structural kind of design, they're beautiful objects on their own. Some more of my kind of work here. So, my work is different sizes, but generally I make small objects which are stacked together to create bigger sculptures. So, basically made out of modules in some sort of way. So this is a relatively small box, but it's made out of 6 tiles, which were actually kind of screwed together with hardware. So they're actually cold connected, like at different sort of points here as well. So again, something that is really quite rigid and square, very planar, but the decoration obviously is very organic. So you can see that there's a close-up detail of that as well. So I'm really interested in how, this kind of very liquidy, kind of almost Islamic blue glaze, really interacts with something that is like, you know, yellow or black or red, and that makes that little area just really kind of pop. So I had the opportunity to do like a public art project here in Richmond. So it was, you know, these sort of scales that I've made. And Richmond was actually a fishing village at that time. So I, you know, used this pattern and kind of warped it. So then the outer parts are actually, you know, kind of smaller. So it looks like a column, which is curved as well. So even though you're a ceramicist, you can, you know, or any type of artistic or visual art discipline, you can actually work with different you know, different media. Like this was water jet cut aluminum, I think. But you know, your patterns or your designs can translate in a very different way. Some more of my work here. This is getting to a little bit more recent, maybe 5 to 6 years ago now. So, you know, using the CNC mill or the mechanized drill to make a pattern in wood, and then also, you know, translating that into a piece of clay through the mold making process, you know, taking these planes and also joining them together. So, you know, interested in how kind of pattern kind of can kind of be symmetrical, both like up and down and also side to side as well. More ideas or, you know, examples of how I would use the CNC mill and also to create lattice forms. So in this case, you know, obviously making kind of a pattern that is based on the arabesque and then joining these planes together to create a piece. Yeah, so more examples of my work as well. So you can see that there's planes, right, that are connected together. And then also very, you know, very simple type of patterned colors. So, you know, black and white, kind of a little bit of this gradation as well. So another example of my work. So, you know, they're making 4 of these rondelles, working with black and white, with shadows and also with patterns, again, attached with hardware in several points to hold it together. So, you know, working with tiles or firing them flat first and then attaching them together, I'm able to get forms that are obviously more straighter and still like, you know, creating basically using 2-dimensional forms to create 3-dimensional objects is really key to my practice. So more recently, actually, I've been doing something called slice forms, which is actually tiles that have a slot together, so I can fit them together. And if you think about like, you know, furniture from IKEA, so there's almost this idea of this flat pack that is kind of happening here. So, you know, you can take things home from IKEA, they're all like flat pieces of wood, and then you assemble them together to create a 3-dimensional object. It's almost like that same sort of idea. So again, 2D to 3D, but now I'm really controlling that interior space as well. So this as well, you know, 2D to 3D, in this case, kind of creating this rondelle shape. So by this time, actually, the last 2 works I was teaching in China at the Central Academy of Fine Arts, or what the program that I was teaching in was called the Kappa Alfred program. And that program was started by Wayne Higby, who is my professor in graduate school, and it's been going for over 10 years now, I think, or close to 10 years. And so they always have like a foreigner from the West come in and teach with their other 2 Chinese faculty. And those 2 Chinese faculty had actually studied at Alfred before moving back home to China. So that was a huge experience for me, just in terms of seeing ceramic education in a completely different environment, to a completely different country as well, and seeing how their structure and how their curriculum was. And especially, you know, their kind of relationship to their own culture as well. So, I mean, I also had the chance to go to Hong Kong, where originally my parents are from. They did leave in the late 60s to go to Canada. And so, that was the first time really I'd been to Hong Kong as an adult and also been to China as an adult, as my past slide was. So that was a big, like, realization, kind of personally, also professionally, about ceramics, but also about my cultural heritage, and also my parents and where they were from, and, what kind of life they kind of led in Hong Kong. So sorry, just jumping back to the Central Academy of Fine Arts, this is the kind of work that they would make there. So it wasn't technically an art department. It was actually part of something called the City Design Department, which was making products basically for the house or the home, something that would be part of industrial production. So, they were actually free to make objects that were also quote unquote art, as you can see in the top left-hand corner there, that woman. But you can see on the right, it's very much like about display and displaying these objects almost like if they were in a showroom. So eventually, those objects that they produced for their final show, they didn't have to physically make. They could work with artisans in China or a place called Jingdezhen to make them as well. And they really functioned as prototypes rather than art pieces. So going to Jingdezhen was this was a very huge experience for me when I was in China. I don't know if anyone has heard of it. But in terms of ceramic education, if you think about in China, but also obviously in the West, it's very well known for ceramic manufacturing. Historically, over hundreds of years, it's very well known for porcelain in particular. But in China, there are many actually places where ceramics is actually obviously made or practiced. But the students have a chance, it's actually part of the curriculum, that they go to Jingdezhen and they work with the artisans there to make an art piece. So every spring they go there for, I think it's about 2 months or maybe 6 to 8 weeks. And they can have their own studio, they work on their own things, but they can approach certain very small kind of companies to also help make their work as well. So when I was in China, I had the ability to do a solo show there at a residency called the Pottery Workshop, which is really great. There's a lot of foreign people that go there, also a lot of schools that go there to work with artisans, to work with porcelain. And so it's a really great kind of place to learn actually about Chinese culture and Chinese heritage, as well as hands-on working with the material. So so I'm here. My current job is at the University of North Texas, and we have a really great undergrad, and also we have a great graduate program that is very interdisciplinary. They recently, or fairly recently, had opened up a very large kind of fabrication lab, as you can see in the upper left-hand corner. So we have a lot of machines that do digital fabrication, from 3D printing to CNC milling. And that's something that is pretty wide spanning over all the different departments that we have. So this is an example of how I make my molds here. So you can see that there's a model on the bottom if you go to the top left, and then the tubing, and then eventually casting with plaster there. So if we could go to the video that I had provided, that would be really great. And I think after the video, we just might stop there and I could take questions after that. So it's about a 5-minute video, which you will see the whole process. So. Did you want me to share the video? Sorry. Nope. Oh, there's a moment to do that.
I apologize, Elisa.
Oh,
I believe, was it the first or the second video that I had shown on the screen earlier?
I don't think that
That was
is the
not
video.
neither. Okay. So
That's okay. I can just continue with the presentation and
yes,
then we
please
can
do.
end. So I can
I
always just
apologize
give
for
you
that.
like that's
Yeah.
okay. That's
Okay.
okay. It's like, yeah,
All
no
right.
problem. So I will go back to sharing screen here. So yeah, so this is my process that I do, and the link can be provided if people are interested in the process. But basically, a tubing is inside of this coddle box. The plaster is poured over it, so the tube is actually embedded inside of that box. So some of my kind of more recent work here, so it's actually building kind of volumetric forms that actually slot together or kind of stack together in some sort of way. Again, not tiles, these are, actual kind of boxes that are connected together. Yeah, so you can see that there's another set of boxes here that are kind of stacked together to create a form. So just to give you an idea of kind of how big the forms are, that last box that I showed you was about 19 inches square, which is actually quite large for what I do. A lot of the pieces that I had shown before were about 8 inches square, so that's something that you could pick up with your hands. So there obviously is a lot of limitations with ceramics. You can't get too big and too thin. So I'm still really exploring those things. So thank you so much to the OCA and also the Starry Nite team for having me and for all your help. It's been really great. And then also just being part of this whole organization and really kind of encouraging or promoting, kind of AAPI studies in education, K through 12, and also universities. So I'd be happy to take any questions if you have them.
Yeah, Eliza, thank you so much for such a great presentation. It was really cool to see all of your process and your work and how your art has evolved. So just for everyone who's watching and tuning in right now, we'd just like to remind you that Eliza's website and social media can be found at Eliza Au, there it is, sorry, on Instagram, and also her website is right there. And so, yeah, thank you all for tuning in. And so if you have any questions, please feel free to put them in the chat in the comments. But just to start off our Q&A, we have a couple of short questions that have been sent in like while the presentation was going on. And so I also have some that I personally made, and so we may not get through all of them, but I'll start now. So with your use of CAD, which is like the computer aided design, you'll have that while also being inspired by like the arabesque and a lot of the older like sacred art forms. I think is a really fascinating way to mix like the old and the new, like the modern and the traditional. How do you feel, and like what do you think about like the future of sculpture design being something that maybe will move more towards like CAD and more technological based rather than traditional?
Yeah, I was just thinking about that this morning. Thanks for providing me those questions in advance. And in the wider fine art field, there is something called NFTs, I think, that have been in the media quite a bit. And those are actually basically digital art. That for us in particular, like for ceramics and things like that, 3D printing like clay, something that has happened like a lot. And CAD is also trying, or like a lot of institutions, a lot of universities, at least colleges, are trying to really incorporate CAD into their art programs. Just because it, helps with design and, you can use certain sort of machines with that as well. There's limitations there because, not everybody can afford the software or actually also the equipment as well. But yeah, so it's used in many different ways, from kind of the planning process or I also personally make like hardware with it, or you plan out the gallery. So, all sorts of things as well. So yeah, and I'm currently teaching a digital clay class at our institution, and it's going quite well. Students have been quite receptive to it. Though I think it depends what type of institution that you're part of or environment that you're part of. So it might be more accepted in more places than others.
Yeah, that's actually a really fascinating thing to bring up, I think, with like where it might be accepted. As a kind of follow up, so with being a ceramics professor at UNT, is UNT more like a conservatory style kind of arts program, or are they more like, I don't know the other word to describe it best as.
That's okay. I'm not quite sure what conservatory art program is. Well, we're a BFA and we're a BFA program and also an MFA program. So it's a degree program. And then, I mean, they take like classes, like beginning and then intermediate and then advanced classes. But they also have a different curriculum that is not just like in ceramics as well. So they have to do art history and all those other things as well. I'm not quite sure if it's technically a liberal arts college, where I think they do maybe have to do like one in the sciences, one in like English or something like that, to complete their degree. But basically it's both like technical and conceptual as well. And they do have like majors and they do have minors as well. But we are particularly like an art school. It's very like complicated, but anyways, so we don't really most of our people are from like they would be also painters or other places from the art school or in sculpture. We don't have like a lot of as many people as like, for instance, you're in accounting and then you're gonna take a ceramics class. Like we have that, but most of our students are basically art, quote unquote, art majors. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I think that's a good answer. Conservatory style, I guess in the way that I thought of it, I normally see it in music, like they're very focused on only doing like the particular thing and they want to like propel them to like, I guess like go particularly like into the field, like, and for music, I would say like maybe like performance or like education, that kind of style of conservatory thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the one in China is more like that.
Oh, okay.
So the one in China actually, they just are, I believe they just are taking ceramic classes basically. There might be a few other things they take, but it's like it's very much like, you only do ceramics if you're in ceramics or if you're in, I don't know, like in glass or something like you just take glass, or if you're furniture design, you're just furniture design. So that type of curriculum or system was much more focused actually. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And so for my next question, it's going to be a little bit of a combination of a question that I received previously during your presentation and one of my own. And so the question was like, in the process of your work, like how do you create like sacred space for yourself? And the question that I was going to ask is like, like because your works are inspired by sacred spaces, like how do you hope that like others will feel and interpret? And so, but the question is also reflected back onto you and asking like, how do you find like the pattern like within yourself as you're moving through the creation of the work and like the transformation of the material?
So how do I design patterns, you mean? Is that right? Or
it's a little bit more on a, maybe I would say like a conceptual side, not necessarily like how you do the physical design, but how do you find, sorry, I'm going to try to like put the question back in.
But that's okay.
How do you create like a space for yourself, like as you're like being inspired by like the sacred spaces, I guess? Sorry, let me put it in so maybe you can read it and be a little more clear.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
But yeah.
Oh, let me go down and see that. Oh, okay. How do I create a sacred space for myself? What patterns do you find within yourself? Oh, okay. Yeah, like I mean, all my work is created within a studio space. I mean, like I'm in a studio space right now, which is actually a spare bedroom of my house. And then I also work outside on the porch, so it's very a little bit like ramshackle. It's pretty rough, but I think like, when I'm actually making the work or designing the work, just like mentally, I think it is you know, it's a meditative process. Yeah. Oh, that's okay. Sorry for mixing things a little too much, but yeah. So the process of making, I think, is really quite meditative. Though I'm not obviously in a very beautiful environment necessarily. Patterns you find within yourself as you are moving through a work. Just in terms of like my work process. So my work process, or I guess you could talk about the pattern or structure of the actual making of the work, is that obviously I do a CAD drawing, and then it goes through a lot of you know, kind of thinking or rearranging or redesigning of elements, and then it will go to usually, well, now actually it's like the 3D printer, so it gets printed, and then I do my mold making. And then I do my clay, and then it gets fired. So it's like there is that pattern. It basically is on a fairly linear pattern. The actual patterns themselves are not really based on any cultural type of pattern necessarily, though a lot of them, like there's some patterns that I've done. Well, the one in China was almost like a fret pattern that was on the hanging screen, so that you know, that happens as well. A lot of like arabesque, so you can see the rondelle pieces where they were kind of overlapping lines. Obviously they're like almost like those cathedrals, they have that almost like rosette kind of pattern as well. So yeah, the mandala and then also the grid pattern, those are probably the two most common kind of structural kind of design things that you would see. So if you put like a grid over my patterns, or you know, it's either radial or it's grid, mostly. Yeah.
All right. So the next one is also one that I received through the chat. In the realm of the sacred, are there apparent numbers involved in your work? Which work conveys the most layers or most textures into one piece? And is there a piece that reflects specifically upon your own familial culture or legacy and or narrative? Sorry, I'm going to copy.
Oh, okay. That is a good long question. Yeah, I haven't really actually counted how many times it has like go over, but I think it's probably around like 8 to 12, like 8 times repeated, or sometimes 12 times repeated, or maybe 16. I'm not really sure about the actual like kind of metaphors for those certain numbers, though they have a maybe tendency to be even numbers, I guess. And yeah, it's not culturally specific. Like I don't like look at a pattern and then try to copy that directly. So I mean, more recently, the certain fret pattern I was talking about. I was in China, so I was like, you know, seeing a lot of those kind of wireframe structures, paper cutting, and things like that. There's also like a lot of Chinese screens that have that kind of fret pattern. That box that was close to the end of my presentation is almost like a very Chinese, like very squarish. So yeah, it's not directly, I think, related necessarily. I mean, like also just the use of everything white, at least like more recently. So in China, I really didn't do a lot of glaze research into different colors. It was like, you know, it was just like a clear glaze over porcelain. That was it. And you know, I guess you could, you know, think about it in terms of ideas of kind of whiteness and purity. There always has been that type of connection as well. You know, or you know, I've done that, and then basically, you know, there is that very Islamic blue with the red and the yellow that I do like to use a lot. So there is that reference as well.
Yeah, that's really fascinating to hear. I think that's a really cool way of like mixing together all the different places that you've been to and all the different things that you've worked with. So for one last question, how do you feel that the mixed media of your pieces and inspirations and processes connect to the theme of constellation for our festival this year?
Yeah, I think mixed media is a really great kind of connection to that constellation, because it's like different mediums think about their work in different sort of ways. Like they have their own historical culture. So obviously ceramics, you know, China and Jignaja, that's pretty well known for that. But glass is more like Italy, I guess. Most people think about like blowing. maybe not casting as much. Metal, I'm not sure what that would kind of reference, but metal is, maybe more in the common kind of thinking is more industrial. So industrial kind of furnaces, architecture. So yeah, every medium has its different kind of culture. You could see that kind of as a constellation. As well. I think ceramics is almost like a constellation because it's done, if you're thinking about directly with the AAPI community, ceramics does have a particular kind of connection to, China and to ceramics. So there is that really strong connection with China. Also, Asian ceramics has had a really huge impact on ceramic education in general. Just in terms of people from the West historically learning from or researching there, and then also bringing that knowledge here. So that is still an influence on contemporary education as well.
That's really cool. Thank you so much for all of your really fascinating detailed answers.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the rest of the festival. So
we're looking forward to it too.
Great.
Oh my gosh, ELIZA, you are phenomenal. Like I was on the back end. I think all of us were on the back end. We're like, we need to take ELIZA's class. Is there a lecture we can? Let's all travel to Denton and visit her. I was, as you were moving through your entire presentation and I had to like brace myself a little. I was like, oh yes, she's really like, I'm just moved by, again, like your intentionality and like the inquiry, like throughout your like entire process of like for just one piece, right? And how you're using all of your experiences to build. And of course, like you said, like all these different textures, the glass, we're talking about like organic materials as well. And again, like the whole, how all of your structures are very delicate. And like you said, like the balance between delicate and beautiful, but still holding its shape. I was really drawn to the piece where it wasn't like, it's not your lattice structure, but it was kind of like moving in a way. So I forgot what piece that was, but I was really drawn to that. And again, it's just like how you create the sacred space, like again using like the elements of light. And again, it's really keeping in mind like the human experience and the patterns and perceptions. Because I feel like when I'm looking at your work, it's like it really does speak to like a reality, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I just thank you again for your time and for sharing just your work. Megan, thank you so much for facilitating the Q&A. And I do want to, encourage everyone to look ELIZA up. If you are in UNT or in Denton, like maybe consider
You're welcome to visit. Anybody's welcome to visit UNT if they would like. Yeah, we have a new facility also going up too that us and then the graduate students are going to be in. So that's going to happen next September. So it's great.
Exciting. Well, any other like announcements you want to make, ELIZA, and want to tell the community?
Just about like my own work, or
yeah, like, do you have a show coming up? Do you have a work that's being featured at some place, or is there you're gonna go to? And
so I have a couple things going up, and I'm just going to touch really briefly on the major ones. Is that so right now I have a show at the Appalachian Center for Craft called Planar Volume. So if you're ever by there, it's in Tennessee. And then also at a Greenwich House Pottery, I'll have a solo show there in January. I'm currently working on a piece for that. And then in May, actually, I'll have another show at the Mesa Arts Center, which is a large hanging piece. So if you're in Arizona, I think it's near Tempe, I think. Yeah, feel free to go check that out.
You heard her, folks. Yeah, please, if you're in any of those areas, like please visit and touch base with and just experience her work. But I'm gonna go ahead and you guys can shimmy off stage. But I do want to remind everyone in the community right now that to sign up for our upcoming author uh, talk and Q&A, it's with Livia Blackburne. She'll be reviewing her book and talking about her book, I Dream of Popo. And I do believe there is going to be an activity involved as well. So please sign up. We want to make sure like you are registered, and so we can make sure you are let in. We also do have another workshop afterward. It is going to be on a closed Zoom closed Zoom call as well, and it's authenticity and art making, redefining an artistic calling with ULIYA, again, one of our beautiful like performers yesterday. So please tune in and or sign up before 3 p.m. Because that's what's happening. And yeah, and again, like at 4:30, we're gonna come back live on the broadcast for Brandon and his talk. And then from evening on, Abby's gonna tune in, pop in, and she's going to introduce all of our other artists in the panel. But um, that's all for now. I hope to see some of you in Livia's talk and some of you in ULIYA's workshop.
Hello, I'm ULIYA. I'm a 31-year-old singer-songwriter producer. I'm queer, gay, gender fluid, and an artist of South Asian descent. My parents immigrated here from Bombay, India, and they are of Karnataka and Gujarati ethnic background. I was born and raised in Ohio, but now I make indie music from so-called Houston, Texas, at the intersections of pop, ambient, chill out, and folk. I also make most of my own visuals. With my work, I seek to build worlds that are deeply introspective for the listener, that are soothing and inspire love, intimacy, and tenderness, and also inspire community that promotes our well-being and ability to live authentic, abundant, grounded, and conscionable lives. For Starry Night, I am so grateful to be with you all, and I'll be performing a short set and participating in a Q&A and also facilitating a highly interactive 1-hour workshop called Authenticity in Art Making, Redefining an Artistic Calling. My hope is through the workshop we will all learn together, myself included, what these words mean and also come closer to our personal and collective values around art making. I'm so excited to meet some of you, and I look forward to joining Starry Night.
Hi everyone. We just came back from Livia's author talk and Q&A. It was a really wonderful conversation. I want to thank Livia again once more for providing us with a safe and brave space to talk about our stories. Again, if you were not able to make it, you can always access the session through our website. It just wonderful folks so far. I am so grateful to be a part of this festival and just hearing everyone's like practice their journey and their experiences. So I can't wait until all of you tune in for the remainder of the day and for our closing day tomorrow. So all right, so if you haven't already, please sign up to ULIYA's workshop that's upcoming. It's again, authenticity in art making, redefining an artistic calling. I'm definitely going to be there. So again, please sign up on our website. And of course, upcoming at 4:30 is Brandon Toa Harris's Artist Talk. And our seasoned moderator and participant last year on Win will be moderating. And here is a little bit about, or here's a little message from Brandon.
Hello, my name is Brandon Tall Harris. My pronouns are he, him. I'm a visual artist and photographer based in Houston, Texas. And my creative practice explores the Vietnamese diaspora in relationship to my own family history. And in my practice, I research through archive images of my family as well as images of Vietnamese refugees portrayed in contemporary media. And through these histories and through these stories, it really informs my own identity as being Vietnamese and as well as being American. And this history is important to me because growing up, it's not really taught in schools about our history as being Asian American. And as an adult, I feel like there's a part of me that is trying to reclaim this history and find myself through this lens. And I hope you tune in to my artist talk coming soon. And I just want to thank my family, my friends for all their support. And thank you, Starry Nite Festival. See you later.
Gosh, I love Brandon so much. I love his energy. But yes, please tune into the artist talk later on today. Again, I know I mentioned film screenings throughout the festival. Again, American Revolutionary is being screened from September 17th to October 1st. Again, it's the evolution of Grace Lee Boggs, amazing activist, and again, Sea Drifts. And I think this feature documentary really does connect with Brandon's work. Again, it's being screened or it's being available to you through our website September 24th to the 29th. Again, it's about the Vietnamese refugees, racism, and reconciliation here in Texas, right? So again, Brandon's work is all about reclaiming his history, and of course having these conversations and these histories, these narratives accessible to us, right? So I do want to remind everyone, yes, we do have raffles throughout the festival, and today's raffle, please sign up for it because Abby will be announcing, or we will be announcing the winner later on tonight, and you will be submitting for the Humankind Project Pink Sweatshirt by Tinlin Studio. Again, once more, Terrence Tang is an artist here in Houston, and please follow his Instagram and what have you. He was a participant of last year's festival. So, and yeah, that's it. Abby's going to be joining us later on tonight, like I said before, and she's going to be introducing all the performers and introducing our panelists, or introducing our interdisciplinary panelists. So again, that's all for now. And we're gonna pop up the schedule so you know what's happening. And please once more, sign up for ULIYA's workshop. That's all for now. Hi, everyone. Just got back from ULIYA's workshop. It was absolutely wonderful. We were able to reflect on our values and our traditions and what have you, and apply them to um, our form of expression. So if you missed out on their workshop, please do go back to our website and you have access to that recording of the session. So um, I'm in a very pensive and very reflective mood at the moment, but uh, it's always an honor to have Leah with us, and yeah, I'm really excited actually for our next artist. It's Brenda Toll Harris, and they will be tuning in around like 4:30. So here's some words from Brandon again.
Hello, my name is Brandon Tall Harris. My pronouns are he, him. I'm a visual artist and photographer based in Houston, Texas. And my creative practice explores the Vietnamese diaspora in relationship to my own family history. And in my practice, I research through archive images of my family as well as images of Vietnamese refugees portrayed in contemporary media. And through these histories and through these stories, it really informs my own identity as being Vietnamese and as well as being American. And this history is important to me because growing up, it's not really taught in schools about our history as being Asian American. And as an adult, I feel like there's a part of me that is trying to reclaim this history and find myself through this lens. And I hope you tune in to my artist talk coming soon. And I just want to thank my family, my friends for all their support. And thank you, Starry Nite Festival. See you later.
Lighter than a feather, flowing in the weather. Hearts beating loud, cause we are together. Lighter than a feather, flowing in the weather. Hearts beating loud, cause we are together. We're looking up at the stars, I got you all in my arms. Nervous cause I'm with you tonight. Angel from the heavens, got all of the sevens. Lucky to have you by my side. Our eyes meet and time has stopped. Felt like it was just the two of us. Our hearts are dancing to the loudest beat, and our hearts are forever inside of me. I'll shout your name, 'cause you are all I need. So come with me, I promise I will never leave. Baby, I am wanting you more, 'cause I have never felt this way before. All our problems disappeared in autumn. When I met you, it made my heart blossom. Laughing all night and drinking till tomorrow. Wishing our time will never end in sorrow. Our eyes meet and time has stopped. Felt like it was just the two of us. Our hearts are dancing to the loudest beat, and our hearts are forever inside of me. I'll shout your name, 'cause you are all I need. So come with me, I promise I will never leave. Lighter than a feather, flowing in the weather. Hearts beating loud, 'cause we are together. Lighter than a feather, flowing in the weather. Hearts beating loud, 'cause we are together.
Face.
New eyes that look at the world in new ways. New eyes make contact, blue, green, and gray. New eyes I realized I never knew. When you realize feelings you trapped inside of you. New eyes to see the respect you earn. New eyes to shape by the lessons you learn. New eyes attract new guys and new games. And tonight those eyes will be filled with new gazes. New eyes to fill first minute you saw. World through new lashes, no chains involved. New eyes insist you take it serious. New eyes filled with confidence and trust. New life written with the passage of time. New eyes that gleam with color that won't die. Who knew I'd see such beauty and love? Two eyes that combine perfection and flaws.
I may not be what you think, but standard beauty. But I love my face, my eyes, and body.
Those eyes were once made middle school jokes. Those eyes are stories of our kinfolk. Those eyes are dark but glow in sunlight. Our people been hurt but still we gon' fight. Those eyes contain 5,000 years of pride. Those eyes saw dying stars in no skies. Those eyes are shy but those eyes are kind. Those eyes are so wise, those eyes are like mine. Those eyes speak of turning the other cheek. Those eyes turned down so they couldn't see you weak. They tease you because those eyes are too thin. Synonymous with cheap or prostitute skin. Those eyes are me, those eyes are family. Those eyes are ID of your identity. Those eyes are not weak, those eyes are not wrong. Those eyes are holy, those eyes are from God.
I may not be what you think, but standard beauty. But I love my face, my eyes, and body.
What's the price of confidence? What it costs to be happy in your own skin? Not my place to question, but do you see a stranger when the mirror is reflecting? You said I'd never understand the pressure from magazine covers, Asian mothers and men. Where the tan bleach to blonde, we remix our colors like we cover pop songs in a bottle. How we battle all the barriers, right? Some drink, some color their hair every night. Some try to stand out, some try to act white. Found music, but I never been the stereotype. New eyes break old lies. New skin needs new wine. New highs and new vibes come through with new life. Second coming like Christ. You told me that therapy taught you so much about our parents. We got a chance to reset the path of us. A generation bring the future to the past.
I may not be what you think, but standard beauty. But I love my face, my eyes, and body. I may not be what you think.
Wow, those highlight reels get me every time. They really energize me. But on top of that, the two artists that were featured during our like mini commercial break was first one was AJ with Hearts, and the second song was New Eyes by Jason Chu. Those were two of our performers last year, and it was like again like super energizing. But I cannot wait to introduce our artist talk for midday early evening, Brandon Harris, and I will want to love to introduce to you Brandon's facilitator for today on WIN. She uses she, her pronouns and is a second generation Vietnamese American based in Houston, Texas. And she is currently a senior at Katy High School, actually my alma mater. She pursues joy based activism through digital space and organizations like the Asian Articles, Dear Asian Youth Houston, and OCA Greater Houston. While she hopes to pursue environmental and climate activism by engaging in work in green spaces, she also enjoys being able to create, connect, and collaborate with a growing network of Pan Asian youth. Everyone, this is our seasoned moderator and participant from last year on WIN. So happy to see you.
Yes, so happy to be back. Yes, I'm so excited to be facilitating today's artist talk with Brandon Harris. Yeah, I cannot contain my excitement, but I will cut right to it and introduce you to Brandon Harris, born 1995 in Houston, Texas. Brandon Harris is an interdisciplinary artist and arts professional based in Houston, Texas. His creative practice explores his identity as a child of war refugees. Through intensive research on the Vietnamese diaspora in relation to his family history, he examines notions of intergenerational trauma, displacement, and the land as a living archive. Found in his work are often self-portraiture, his family archives, found objects, raw materials, and historical images portraying the Vietnam War. By the use of photography, video, performance, and installation, he provides viewers a deeper understanding of the complexities surrounding migration. Harris's work has been featured in exhibitions and projects at Asia Society Texas 2021, Houston Center for Photography 2020, and the Blaffer Art Museum 2019. His projects have been funded through grants from the Idea Fund and Houston Art Alliance. He has participated in lectures and presentations at Yale University and Rice University, among others. And he received his BFA in Photography and Digital Media from the University of Houston, and currently is the Manager of Engagement and Communications at PhotoFest. So everyone at home, applause for Brandon Harris.
Thank you so much for having me, and thank you for creating this platform to share my work with you all. Yeah, let's get right into it. I have a lot of work to share with you guys. I'm gonna start off with my earlier works, which inform my later work, and I have a lot of photos and videos to share. So let me just start off. There I am. There's my website, brandontharris.com, if you want to check out more works from me. Oh, yeah. So I always like to start off with this first image. It's one of the only images of my grandparents that they brought from Vietnam during the Vietnam War. A lot of my work is stemmed from this historical narrative of my own family's journey as war refugees in Vietnam, and me bringing up that dialogue, looking into the archives, and examining my identity through that lens of the Vietnamese diaspora. So here on this slide, there's some photos of my mother in the middle, and then on the left, it's my grandpa and my mom and her brother and sister. On the right side of the screen is this lady, this doctor in New York that sponsored my family, and we're very grateful to her for supporting our families as refugees and taking us in and teaching us English. And I'm just going to get right into it with one of my first video pieces. This video piece explores the history of my family. So when they escaped the Vietnam War, they had to bury all their photographs and documents because my grandfather was in the South Vietnamese army. And if they were to get caught, they would capture him and make him fight in the war. So I really don't have many photographs from my family before and in Vietnam. And this is a performance piece of me reenacting that and like unburying, but also burying and unpacking that history and the photos that could have been. And you can play the first video. And this is just an excerpt. So if you want to see the full video, you can watch on my website. Play video 1.
Trần Hòa Vương Mỹ Tiết Đào Bính Trần Thị Ngọc Trần Thị Yến Phan Thị Hiền Ngán Phan Thị Hiền Tú Phan Văn Khánh Phan Thị Hiển Quý Trần Hòa Vương Mỹ Tiết Đào Bính Trần Thị Ngọc Trần Thị Yến Phan Thị Hiền Ngán Phan Thị Hiền Tú Phan Văn Khánh Phan Thị Hiển Quý Trần Hòa Vương Mỹ Tiết Đào Bính Trần Thị Ngọc Trần Thị Yến Phan Thị Hiền Ngán Phan Thị Hiền Tú Phan Văn Khánh Phan Thị Hiển Quý Trần Hòa Vương Mỹ Tiết Đào Bính Trần Thị Ngọc Trần Thị Yến Phan Thị Hiền Ngán Phan Thị Hiền Tú Phan Văn Khánh Phan Thị Hiển Quý.
So for this video, I wanted to think about like the images that I could have had in my family, and the images that are on the screen of the video are images from our family that stayed in Vietnam that have images of themselves, and then mixed in with photos of my family after they came to America. But in the video, I have like blank photographs, and those represent those missing images. And then the audio is my grandma saying the names of my family all the way back to when I can track my own family. So I can only look back into my family history to a certain person, but because of the war, that history of like ancestral history is lost. So it becomes like a meditative performance of mixed with my grandma and me, who is really my collaborator. My family, I tend to have them work with me, and they're as much as the artist as I am, and I am just the vehicle for them. So originally, when I first started going to school and got into this work, I wanted to do a portrait series of my grandma. So that's when it kind of unraveled to me in this whole world, because I knew I was Vietnamese and we came from the war, but I didn't really know the story until I spent time photographing my grandmother. And that kind of opened the world to this whole work that I've been doing, and really made me desire to find out more about my identity. So these are film photographs I've taken of my grandmother in her garden. And these were just open conversations. We would just talk, and she just do her gardening, and I would just photograph her. And it really like opened the doors, because none of the Vietnamese history was taught in school, maybe like for one class, but I don't remember much, or it was maybe like a short lesson. So spending time with her was really great for me to fully understand where we came from. And like, it's so shocking to like hear their full story, because it was never discussed at the dinner table growing up. It was always like repressed. And I feel like with my work, I'm able to open up dialogue about this trauma and heal from this trauma, not only for me, but for my whole family. And then this is me and her. She's my #1 supporter and fan. We love her. And then after that, I wanted to look on how the Vietnamese refugees were portrayed in the media, and how this war was one of the first, if I believe it was the first war that was fully documented on TVs, radios, and media, is that we had constant images being portrayed in media. But one thing that really struck me was how they portrayed these refugees. There was a very white savior complex, and the text that they would use didn't really correlate and didn't really give honor to these refugees that are like fighting for their lives. So on the right, I pulled. I'm very interested in language, so I pulled language from these same magazines, but aren't about the Vietnam War, that I think would have been better to portray the refugees. So when I presented this work, I had these quotes on the wall mixed with the work that I'm about to show you. So like these are photograms, I believe, how I would say this. There's not really like a name for this, but I took the images and the text from the Life magazines, and then I manipulated them in the dark room, further like altering them and further abstracting the images, because these images were so abstract to me, and just seeing the pain on people's face, and also like with no respect. Like I feel like they portray Vietnamese refugees as weak and that we needed saving by the Americans, but that's not the case. And if anything, the Americans had so much a part in the Vietnam War. And then I also manipulated this. So this story was about a girl in Vietnam that was bombed, and I manipulated this by adding my mom's image into the story. She was around like the same age as my mom, and her story resembles the stories of my mom. She would tell me that in school, she would hear like the helicopters and the bombs just going off in the background, leading up to like full-on war. And then I wanted to share some of the images of our family that stayed in Vietnam. So, and it's very sad because I don't have a connection with these people really, other than images. I never seen them or talked to them. And it's like this weird thing of being like, I feel like I'm not American enough to be American, but I feel like not Vietnamese enough to like live in Vietnam and go and be Vietnamese. And then after those past works, I also took the images from the Life magazines and I incorporated my own body in them as the bodies of the Vietnamese refugees, kind of as a performative way of me becoming the bodies, as that could be my family, that could have been like my aunts, my uncles, my mom, my sister in these images. And then these are more from this series, and the series is called My Life Magazine. So I am trying to take ownerships of the image and be in the images. And then this is a video piece called And How to Live Till Morning, which I took from a line from an article about how to drive at night in the same Life magazines portraying the Vietnam War. And it was how to live till morning, and it was about how to drive at night. But I changed morning to morning, like death. And for this video, I wanted to incorporate images from the Vietnam War mixed in with this audio piece that the US Army's used against the Vietnamese soldiers called Wandering Souls. And in this audio, they basically would play on a speaker in a helicopter. And it's portraying a soul, basically saying you need to return home. If you die out here, you'll wander the earth forever. And it's very spooky. You can play video 2. And for that video piece, I incorporated sounds of like how scary the military news, like the sounds from these scary military machines or like helicopters. And I also wanted to incorporate like driving, since I got that piece from article about driving at night, and how like when you're kind of like driving at night, you zone out and you see like these, well, the orbs of light going through, kind of like the spirits. And then let me see. So then I'm really interested in my own family archive, especially what I do have when they first came to America and their journey on trying to find the American dream. So in the photo of my grandfather with his first car, and then the family drinking PBR, very American image. And then my family also, when they first came to Houston, they opened up a hair and nail shop, which they still own and is operated today, but they only do hair now, which is very important to the history of Vietnamese refugees and how the nail industry is owned and operated by Vietnamese women throughout the whole United States. So for this next work, I was very inspired by these ethnographic photographs of Vietnamese people, and like wealthy Vietnamese people with long nails. Also Cardi B, and you'll see why in a second. But these images, these Vietnamese people have long nails as signs of wealth, but then as refugees, they become the person who makes these long nails. They bow down and at people's feet and at people's hands to make these nails to make a living. And for this piece here on the right is a piece that I took from a physical Polaroid a physical postcard that I have. And then I gold leafed and rhinestoned it. It took me 15 hours. So it became a performative act of me doing these nails to honor our history, our legacies of Vietnamese people, and to kind of bow down to their history and honor like the many women that work in nail shops, including my family, that when they did nails. And then a lot of my work, I incorporate the water. The water I see as a symbol of migration, and it becomes a very liminal space. This is my aunt and uncle when they were kids in Galveston, enjoying the water. And then this is an excerpt from a video piece performance that I did at Galveston, talking about Agent Orange, and kind of honoring. It becomes kind of like a funeral act where I am covered in the orange powder and in this orange tool, and then surrounding me are incense, and I light each incense and then put them into my mouth, letting the ash drop onto my face, and then I go into the water as an act of cleansing. And this is an excerpt. This is like a 12-minute video, so I didn't want to show the whole thing, but you should definitely check it out on my website. And You can play video 3, Marie. Yeah, so a lot of my work, it's a lot of reconciliation and dealing with these histories of the past. And a lot of my performance work is using my body as a way, as like a vehicle to honor this history and honor a lot of the people whose lives were lost during the Vietnam War. Um, and I'm very interested in the land and where I live and the movement of people across land. So these are lumen prints. So lumen prints are silver gelatin paper that I have put land collected from sites of mass Vietnamese migration and movement throughout the Houston and Gulf Coast, which is what I've been working on most recently. And then on these, I also put the land mixed in with my sweat and saliva. So these becomes portraits of myself. And you can kind of see my face in these videos. I mean, in this photographs, these cameraless photographs. So I see this as like a portrait of me and my body in the land as a place of who I am, where I am, and how the land is informed by my identity and how I'm informed by by the land. And they become these like interesting, abstract, almost like cosmologies and stars. They remind me of galaxies. So my next body of work is what I've been working on now. So throughout my practice, I research a lot about the Vietnamese diaspora, but I was curious about the Vietnamese diaspora in the Houston and Gulf Coast. So when I was researching, I found this image from 1981 of the KKK burning a wooden boat that says USS Viet Cong. And I didn't know this history, but a lot of the Gulf Coast down by Texas, there is a lot of Vietnamese people that move there, but they face a lot of discrimination against, and there was even murders. And with that work, I wanted to focus on the land and the movement of Vietnamese refugees through this land. And I began to photograph these areas where I found a Vietnamese shipwrecked fisherman boat, but it's been graffitied with Trump and MAGA, which references this history from that image of the KKK. And I took these on a Holga plastic toy camera, kind of removing myself from the images with less control. So it was just like a point and shoot on film. And then this is an image of Seabrook, Texas, which is one of my sites that I focus on, mixed with an image of the water. So with the camera, I can do multiple exposures on the film. And this image kind of reminds me of like stars or like bombs falling from the sky, kind of referencing my mom's stories in Vietnam. I also focus a lot on the old Chinatown, which is where I live now in the east downtown of Houston. And then you can still see like the traces and like the remnants landscapes of the Vietnamese and of the Asian culture that was here, but now they're no longer here and they're abandoned. So with this body of work, it was funded by the Houston Art Alliance and the Idea Fund, where I showed these pictures and the work at Asia Society, Texas. And then this is kind of how I display my archive mixed with family images, mixed with work, documentation, lands, Life magazines, kind of like my research kind of on a wall with quotes. And then for this boat piece, I created it with the woods found from these sites such as Old Chinatown, New Chinatown, Seabrook, Texas, the Gulf Coast, and then my family homes throughout Houston. And then that's where I created the structure of a Vietnamese refugee boat, as well as that's where I collected the dirt as well. And this was at Asia Society, Texas. And then the boat are made with and like tied together with strips of the Vietnam flag. I had both the North and the South Vietnamese flags that I stripped and then I woven together, kind of like holding the boat together. And the blue and white pieces are from that actual Vietnamese shrimper and fisherman boat. And it's became like this object of like, it's almost like a monument now. It's 8 feet long and it's very heavy. And I don't know how I brought all this dirt into the gallery space, but I did. This is me with a boat to give you a size of scale. And in the boat are clothing items, luggages, non-lawn hats. And so I wanted to reenact the act of collecting these familial belongings. So when my family were on a refugee boat escaping the war, they were picked up by the US Navy, but because they wanted to take as much people as possible to from Vietnam to the US, they had to choose to dump all their belongings into the water and then go onto the refugee boat to America with the Navy, or stay in the refugee boat and keep their belongings. So my family dumped all their belongings into the water. So I reacted this act and collected familial belongings, also belongings or like clothing items that I find at these random sites of Vietnamese movement throughout the Houston and Gulf Coast. And then like luggages, either for me or my family, mixed in with my mom's Vietnamese English dictionary, Life magazines, the Vietnam flag, and a sculpture from Vietnam. And then Behind the Boat was a video piece where I explored my family homes through the lens of Google Earth. And when you navigate through Google Earth, it becomes abstract and obscured. And through this video piece, I wanted to speak on like the liminality and like the liminal space of migration, where it becomes where like Google Earth, it becomes abstract, and this space and movement from home to home, that space becomes migration. And this is a full video, so you can play this video for Maria.
I think my favorite memory was going to the farm with my father. Every morning he would go to the farm, and it's not like right behind our yard, it's like miles away. And then I would go with him, I'd tag along, and he would work in the farm, you know, tilling the soils and planting plants. And there's a creek nearby, and I would be playing in the creek, you know, trying to catch some crawdads or something like that. And I would sometimes help him. I remember he planted peanuts, and I would help him pick peanuts, you know, from the ground, stuff like that. And then every day he would come home, and I'd tag along, and I remember he would carry home one wooden tree, you know, so that he could build a fence around the house. So every day he'd bring a tree home, and that would be a fence post, you know, and we have like a flower bed in the front of the house, and I help plant the flower bed. I think that would be my favorite, spending time with my dad. I wish we would have taken more photographs of us when we were younger, because we really don't have any pictures of us, what we look like, or memories, you know, that we can capture on photographs. Because back then my father was a military captain, and when we left our house we had to bury all our photos, all the pictures and photographs, because we didn't want to have any evidence of our father being in the military, because if we get captured, he would be, you know, taken prisoners. So that's why everything was buried in, you know, in the backyard. So the only pictures was like a couple photos of us when we were young in my dad's wallet. That's all we had. We don't have anything else. And I think that's something we wish we had more memories, you know, of photos.
Hello, my sweetheart grandson. Grandma, love you very much. And missing you. When you grow up, move away and live in your own. Hope you doing good in your life. Love you. Okay. Take care of your family. Okay. Only you have it. Thank you. Grandma, love you very much and missing you.
Yeah, so for this image, the majority of the footage is of my family homes and our movement throughout the Houston area. But when I try to find my family home in Vietnam, it becomes like this flat, almost blank space. And then you can see this in the image right now. The background image is of the area where my family in Vietnam's from. And then on top of that is my first family home in Humble, Texas, here in the Houston area. In the video is audio of my mother. I asked her kind of like an interview style of what is her favorite memory of home and what does she wish she would have had from Vietnam. And then I ended it with an audio message from my grandma who left me a voicemail. And that video was projected into the corner at Asia Society, Texas, and kind of in the corner leading into like the boat could have been following the track. And then this is another image from my work at Asia Society. This was an altar that I made honoring our ancestors and our ancestral history. And on the 4 panels are the history of the Trung sisters succeeding from China with an army of women. And that's when Vietnam became Vietnam. And I see the country of Vietnam as a mother. And in my own family, it's very matriarchal. And then I hung up these 2 aoyais for my mom and my dad, where the fan would blow them in the space, almost becoming like these bodies and representing of the ancestors. So this is a close-up. It also has these paper objects, the Josh paper objects that you would burn to send to your ancestors that I'm really interested in. And then here's another close-up with some more Josh paper money and some tea, coffee, and some incense that was burned to send to the ancestors. And it was interesting because when I was in this space, it wasn't just for Vietnamese people to use. And a lot of people from different backgrounds and different cultures would also pray to their ancestors at this altar. So it became a community altar, which I was such a fan of. And then this is my most recent commission performance that I did. And this one is very special to me because I got to perform it with my grandma and my mom. And it was hosted and organized by Matt Manalo. And I'm really excited to share this work with you. It's my most recent, and it's called Nook, Water, and Homeland. So the word for water in Vietnamese is Nook, but it can also mean homeland or country. And I see this as a very special way of playing with language because Vietnamese people are also known as boat people. And we came from water. We are water. And I'm excited to share this with you. And you can play video 5 now. for this performance, it for the video piece, it was just parts of the performance, but for this performance with my grandma, and my mom, I wanted to portray the weight and the pain, and I pulled the boat filled with the soil from the US around these sites of mass Vietnamese migration in the areas that I've been working with. And in that hat, the Vietnamese hat, I had plants native to Vietnam, and from my grandmother's garden that I would plant into the US soil, kind of like planting roots in this country. And this one was really special to perform with my family, and this is the first time that they've physically been in my work, and this is the most recent, and very happy to share that with you. And I'm gonna end it off here with a picture of my grandma and my grandfather, and this is a restored version of the first image. And yeah, thank you for watching.
Wow. It's hard to find words to describe. That was just very like breathtaking, and I had chills during so many of the video performances and pieces. And truly, as like a second gen Vietnamese American myself, like that, I had resonated so much, and I'm sure our audience members did too.
Thank you.
Yeah, so okay, I can't wait to dive into questions. I know we had an audience member, I believe it was ULIYA, who had a question, and I will ask that question, and I have actually a follow-up to that as well. You know, you've worked in so many different mediums, so how do you decide like what medium really fits for a certain idea that you have?
Yeah. It's very difficult for me. I typically start off with listening to stories or like my family history. So I normally just talk, and like I record a lot of our conversations, even if it's just like casually. And then with those conversations, I kind of pull a piece of it, and then I start doing research. And depending on what I am interested in, typically I'm trained in photography and video, but I've been feeling more lately into sculpture work. So I don't know. Definitely want to get my master's in art. I don't know in what yet, but I feel like there's something special about sculpture and performance work that's been really interesting. Performance work, I like the physicalness of performing, and yeah, so it really just depends on the work or like the idea and what would be the best way to portray that idea, I guess.
For sure. And actually, you kind of touched on my next question. Since you know you've touched so many different mediums already, you know, with sculpture, like, is that like a specific medium that you'd like to work with next, or is there like something else that you have in mind, or rather, is there a story or a narrative that you kind of have in the back of your head that you'd love to kind of manifest into something?
Yeah, so like the boat piece was actually my first like sculptural work, and it was actually my thesis project in school for photography and video. And for my program, I was just like, I'm gonna show you this sculpture that I've been working on, even though it's a photo program. And I was just like, you can either like it or you don't like it, but I don't care because this is my work. It's not for you, it's for me. So my thesis was the boat project. I did have some images in the boat, like of my family archive mixed in with the dirt and the land. But other than that, it was like a sculpture piece. But for the future, I really want to get into like casting. So I'm really interested in the nail piece, and I have a collection of like different archival ethnographic photographs of like these Vietnamese people with long nails. And I want to create like cast in either gold or bronze, like physical nails that I can wear for a performance. But I need to figure out how to do that.
And I'm looking forward to see what comes out of that for sure. Yeah, so throughout the whole video, I mean, I was like, I think Maria was seeing me, like I was like, so like just my eyes were glued to the screen. And I really noticed like your work is definitely deeply personal. As you said, you touch on your family and your family archive, and you showcase like the diaspora and its relationship to yourself and your family. Have you kind of struggled with how much of yourself you really pour into your work and like the emotional labor that this all must require?
Yes. Like I remember my first time talking about it, I like during a critique, and I was showing the images of my grandma and like of my mom that I've been working with in the earlier part of the presentation. I actually started to cry and I couldn't finish my critique because it was so difficult to talk about. And like I even think today it was kind of difficult to talk about like the whole body of work. It's definitely something where I have the right, as this is my family story, to either share as much as I want or share as little as I want of my family history. And I do that in my art practice, and like I'm very cautious of where I show my art and like what I do with my art because it's so deeply personal. I also take a lot of time for self-care and to like let me just not make work at the moment, which is what I am in now. I haven't made any new work recently. I'm just relaxing and like processing. I'm literally going to a Korean spa tomorrow to like self-care, you know, because it's so important and like it takes a lot of energy from you. And it's like almost like you have to balance this like act of like feeling your trauma and also like healing from it, and like processing is such a hard thing to do, you know?
I felt that. Definitely not art, but as a senior, I write my college essays, right? And I did talk about my own kind of relationship to the diaspora, and I didn't even realize I just started bawling while I was writing. So I definitely relate to that feeling of just like, just that emotional like vulnerability and just really like putting yourself out there. Yeah, so another thing that I really related was you mentioned kind of the media portrayal of Vietnamese refugees and how really there was like this white savior complex that you observed. And I can definitely say the same being in history classes, not to blame the history teachers, but you do look at how they cover the Vietnam War. It's like where's like my side of the story? Where's our family? And so definitely your exhibit at Asia Society and just all of your other exhibits kind of add to like the growing number of artworks and exhibits that highlight the Vietnamese narrative. But personally, I think there's like still so much more to be added. So what are your thoughts on like expanding like this narrative?
Yeah, there's definitely so much more. My work is only like one stem of the diaspora, and it's only one star in the constellation. But there's so much more to research and to look into for me. I'm actually in the process of like working through my art and kind of removal of my family from it to broaden my work, and also like I started off working with my family, but there's also so much other stories to talk about in the Vietnamese diaspora. So I'm kind of in the process of like limiting it, reeling it back, also like taking a break from personal work.
Definitely. And like I think Ria mentioned in chat here, like we're very glad that you have boundaries, and like I think that's so important to have as an artist. Yeah, so you again we've gone through like most of your work, all of it, and so I won't ask you to pick a favorite unless you do happen to have one. But is there like a certain piece of work that stands out to you in terms of its like significance to yourself or like the message it shares?
I think probably my most like significant work would be my current project, Oh Mother Vietnam, We Are Still Here, which consists of like a lot of works. And it's like my whole exhibit is kind of like one work that shows most of my works. I think that one's the most impactful. I remember when I was at Asia Society, one of the people that came to visit just started crying and like bawling their eyes. And I like froze up and I didn't know what to do. I was like, do you want a hug? Because like, and they weren't of like Vietnamese diaspora. So like, I feel like that's impactful because it can be relatable to other stories outside of like the AAPI narrative. And I think it's very important to like make work that also can heal other people from many different aspects.
Yes, and I think you kind of almost like completely answered my question that I had coming up, but I was going to ask you like what do you hope people take away from your work, whether that's Vietnamese Americans, yourself, or people of different diasporas or people outside of the diaspora. Like how do you like what do you like expanding on that, how do you hope they take away from your work?
Yeah, like the United States is full of immigrants. It's made of immigrants, and like we all come from somewhere, and it's important to realize like the struggle of immigrants, migrants, laborers, and from all different walks of life. And I feel like that's what I would want people to take away from my work, to respect other people's backgrounds and identities, and to feel just amount of care, like care for other people, like care for your fellow human. Yeah.
For sure. And so, as we wrap up your artist talk and Q&A, as your body of work has grown, how do you as an artist think you have grown? And kind of adding on to that question, do you have like a specific memory or moment in your career or life where you think, oh, like this is like that moment of growth that I've had?
Yeah, I feel like I've grown a lot. I like growing up in the United States as a second gen. I grew up in like a predominantly white suburb, and I didn't really know my heritage and my culture. And even my name Harris, it was like a given name to my family to assimilate better, which is just like this whole random weird history. So I feel like I've grown into finding out who I am and like where I come from. And I think everyone should look into their own family histories. It's very important.
Definitely. Well, that was like basically all of my questions so far. Again, I just want to say like I think your work is so important, especially again like adding to that narrative that is so underrepresented. And I really love that you incorporate yourself into, as much as that can be like emotionally intensive. Like I truly love how you've like taken ownership of like so much of Vietnamese American history in general. And yeah, so now I guess I will give you the space to kind of promote yourself. Where can people find you, things like that, etc.
Yeah, thank you everyone for tuning in to my artist talk. You can find me on Instagram at BrandonTHOHarris.com. And I mean, not .com, but you can find me online on my website at www.brandonTHarris.com. And I also am doing a talk at UT Health on November 11th. Yeah, if you follow me on Instagram, we'll keep you posted. You can check that out. It should be great. Yay!
Yes. So I think, yeah, if pending while that is going on. Oh, he disappeared. From the screen. Yes, so.
And I'm back.
Yeah, and again, just want to big shout out to OCA for hosting Starry Nite Arts Festival, as well as Maria, who's running the whole show behind the scenes. Again, thank you so much, Brandon, for taking time to share your work with us. And so we'll just say our goodbyes now to the audience.
Thank you. Bye.
Lighter than a feather, flowing in the weather. Hearts beating loud, cause we are together. Lighter than a feather, flowing in the weather. Hearts beating loud, cause we are together. We looking up at the stars, I got you all in my arms. Nervous cause I'm with you tonight. Angel from the heavens, got all of the sevens. Lucky to have you by my side. Our eyes meet and time has stopped. Felt like it was just the two of us. Hearts are dancing to the loudest beat, and our hearts are forever inside of me. I'll shout your name, cause you are all I need. So come with me, I promise I will never leave. Baby, I am wanting you more, cause I have never felt this way before. And all our problems disappeared in autumn. When I met you, it made my heart blossom. Laughing all night and drinking till tomorrow. Wishing our time will never end in sorrow. Our eyes meet and time has stopped. Felt like it was just the two of us. Hearts are dancing to the loudest beat, and our hearts are forever inside of me. I'll shout your name, cause you are all I need. So come with me, I promise I will never leave. Lighter than a feather, flowing in the weather. Hearts beating loud, cause we are together. Lighter than a feather, flowing in the weather. Hearts beating loud, cause we are together.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning into Brandon's artist talk. It was absolutely wonderful. I mean, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of, and I think that's such an important, like, practice when it comes to like, when it comes to like your practice and your art. It's like really knowing like where you come from. And I think that like Brandon's work really does speak to the theme, because it's only like he's like one star, and so in sharing his story invites everyone else to like tell their own. And I think that's so necessary during this time, right? And I do want to like bring into actually I want to go ahead and like give everyone an update about like our raffles. I know that I've been mentioning it throughout the entire day, but the raffle today can be found on our website, and it's the Humankind sweatshirt. It's the pink one. So if you can go ahead and submit your entry now, and Abby will be calling the winner out later on tonight. But we are approaching our performance segment, and we have an amazing lineup this early evening. And But of course, I really do want to introduce the evening MC for tonight. It's Abby Gale Trino, and Abby, she actually was a liaison last year, so I'm really happy that she's back with us. She opened the festival with us as well. But to introduce her once more, she holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Communication Studies with a personal focus on cross-cultural interaction from UT Austin. As an immigrant from the Philippines, Abby never thought she'd have the opportunity to enter in Japan or be celebrated for her Filipino-American identity as she balanced constantly changing cultural norms while growing up in the States. Throughout her journey, Abby has become an advocate for building bridges between people of all backgrounds and a voice that promotes diversity and cultural appreciation. Abby, welcome again.
Thank you so much for that great intro, Ria. I'm so excited to really just have you all meet the performers we have for tonight. This first one, I love him so much. He's been great, but actually I'll let him introduce himself. So give it up for Tommy, please.
Hi everyone, my name is Tommy. I use he, him pronouns, and I'm really excited to present this piece that I have worked on called Tachycardia by Mark Mellitz for the Starry Nite Arts Fest for 2021. I'm currently a high school senior at the Village School in Houston, Texas, and as an intern for OCA Greater Houston, I've had the privilege to work on so many amazing projects, meet so many people that uplifts the spirits and the amazing, inspiring work done by AAPI artists. So one of my main purposes of the piece is because Tachycardia was created as a minimalist piece. It creates this feeling of constellations. You can hear some resemblance of stars going across that basically represents that there's a far and wide outreach for each note, for each phrase, and there's also a repetition of each phrase. So what that reminds me of is constellations of stars, and what that translates to is constellations within communities. As I'm sharing my ideas out there, it's being repeated and it's being shared. And on the same note as that, Asian American history is really important to me because as a person with Asian background, with my parents coming from both China and Hong Kong, I want to really understand the history of where we're coming from, where our cultural upbringings come from, and how we can fully embrace that and share our culture with other people who may not necessarily be within the AAPI community. And one of the best ways to do that is through stories and also performances through fine arts, as the Starry Nite Festival is. So I really do hope you enjoy the constellations and you hear kind of that style with Tachycardia by Mark Mellitz. And I just want to thank you for all my friends and family, and also the work that OCA and Mi Familia Vota has done to uplift the voices of AAPI students, especially the younger generation. Thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy.
That was so great. Oh my gosh. That was just amazing. That definitely brought me back. Wow, Tommy, that was so good. Definitely brought me back to my band days. And actually, Tommy is not just a great musician, but he's a great student as well. He's like interested in aerospace engineering. He's been heavily involved with our youth program in civic engagement. And actually, he's been one of our youth organizing interns ever since this past April. And he has just really led the charge on expanding in the A-Leaf area and being an amazing representative of OCA and a student in his community, and even interning with the city council of Houston. Tommy's just amazing, and honestly, best of luck to his future endeavors. And thank you so much for sharing your talents and your story with us, Tommy. Just thank you so much, really. And that kind of brings me to the next performer. She's also a great musician and a great dear friend of mine. And honestly, she has her own story to tell as a young Taiwanese American musician. So please give it up for our next performer, Ashley.
Hi, my name is Ashley, and I graduated from UT Austin studying music 2 years ago. I am currently self-employed, and I have my own cello studio teaching private lessons. I'm based in Austin, Texas, and I'm also on faculty at one of the music schools here in Austin. I also gig and play at weddings around the area as well. I'm so passionate about inspiring my students to be the best they can be and striving for musical, personal, and professional growth. As an educator, my work directly impacts students' lives by connecting the community through music. I hope to inspire and encourage my students to explore their voice through music and cello by allowing them to choose what pieces to work on and work on music that they truly have a connection to. When I teach my students, I'm introducing them to a community that I love, a community of lifelong music appreciators. The piece that I'll be playing today is a medley of 3 Taiwanese and Chinese songs that I grew up listening to in my childhood. I connected these 3 songs into one, just like how each of these songs create one constellation of my Asian American heritage. I'm proud to be a Taiwanese American, and these songs will always bring back precious memories of family, food, and my culture. I would like to thank all my friends and family for supporting me in my future endeavors, and I'm so grateful to the opportunity that OCA Greater Houston has given me to showcase my performance and share my story.
That was so beautiful. Thank you, Ashley, so much for sharing your talents with us. And just a fun fact, I've actually known Ashley since about 2016. Yes, since 2016, and we went to college together, and it's been just such an amazing journey to grow together alongside her as friends and as roommates, and just to watch her grow as a musician and her figuring out what she wants to pursue professionally and personally with her individual growth, and just watching her along that journey into becoming a stronger musician, a stronger person, and a stronger woman has just been such a blessing to see. It's been great, and the last time I actually saw her perform in person was her recital back on campus, which was an amazing performance. I remember her being so nervous about it, but she obviously did amazing, and she kicked butt as always. And I'm just so proud to have been able to support her as a friend and as a classmate within the past 4 years that we went to college together. And like I said, being able to see her perform and watch her perform and just really transform into this new person on stage is such an invigorating experience. And I hope, and I wish that someday that it'll be safe for us to all congregate again and then possibly watch her perform in person again, as everyone deserves to really feel that rush and feel that joy whenever she performs. It's just an amazing feeling that she really spreads on stage, and it just resonates throughout the audience. I do believe that we are ahead of schedule. So at the moment, we are going to go for a commercial break, and then we'll see you later. Thank you so much for tuning in. And don't forget to also go to the website, sign up for the raffle. And if you enjoyed any of our artists or performers, their social media and their contacts are available. Tommy is available on Instagram. You could always talk to him about how to organize within the Houston community, how to get youth involved, and talk to him about the things he's passionate about. And if you are interested in learning cello, whether you are itty bitty, whether you have a child who's super young or you're an adult, it is never too late to just dive into music and really just start to pursue that journey. And Ashley is definitely taking in students, and she would be more than happy to really teach you and bring you to that world and invite you into that community. As she said, it's definitely an experience that you would not regret, and I highly recommend you to reach out to her for lessons. So thank you very much, and we'll see you soon after the commercial break.
Lighter than a feather, flowing in the weather. Hearts beating loud, cause we are together. Lighter than a feather, flowing in the weather. Hearts beating loud, cause we are together. We looking up at the stars, I got you all in my arms. Nervous cause I'm with you tonight. Angel from the heavens, got all of the sevens. Lucky to have you by my side. Our eyes meet and time has stopped. Felt like it was just the two of us. Our hearts are dancing to the loudest beat, and our hearts are forever inside of me. weather, flowing in the weather. Hearts beating loud, cause we are together. Lighter than a feather, flowing in the weather. Hearts beating loud, cause we are together.
Face. New eyes that look at the world in new ways. New eyes make contact blue, green, and gray. New eyes I realized I never knew. When you realize feelings you trapped inside of you. New eyes that see the respect you earn. New eyes that shape by the lessons you learn. New eyes attract new guys and new games. And tonight those eyes will be filled with new gazes. New eyes that filled first minute you saw. World through new lashes, no chains involved. New eyes insist you take it serious. New eyes filled with confidence and trust. New life written with the passage of time. New eyes that gleam with color that won't die. Who knew I'd see such beauty and love through eyes that combine perfection and flaws?
I may not be what you think, the standard beauty, but I love my face, my eyes, and body.
Those eyes were once made middle school jokes. Those eyes are stories of our kinfolk. Those eyes are dark but glow in sunlight. Our people been hurt but still we gon' fight. Those eyes contain 5,000 years of pride. Those eyes saw dying stars in no disguise. Those eyes are shy but those eyes are kind. Those eyes are so wise, those eyes are like mine. Those eyes speak of turning the other cheek. Those eyes turned down so they couldn't see you weak. They tease you because those eyes are too thin, synonymous with cheap or prostitute skin. Those eyes are mitch, those eyes are family. Those eyes are ID of your identity. Those eyes are not weak, those eyes are not wrong. Those eyes are holy, those eyes are from God.
I may not be what you think, the standard beauty, but I love my face, my eyes, and body.
What's the price of confidence? What it costs to be happy in your own skin? Not my place to question, but do you see a stranger when the mirror is reflecting? You said I'd never understand the pressure from magazine covers, Asian mothers and men. Where the tan bleach to blonde, we remix our colors like we cover pop songs in a bottle. How we battle all the barriers, right? Some drink, some color their hair every night. Some try to stand out, some try to act white. Found music, but I've never been the stereotype. New eyes break old lies. New skin needs new wine. New highs and new vibes come through with new life, second coming like Christ. You told me that therapy taught you so much about our parents. We got a chance to reset the path through us. A generation bring the future to the past.
I may not be what you think, the standard beauty, but I love my face, my eyes, and body. What you think, the standard beauty, but I love my face, my eyes, and body.
everyone. Welcome back. I hope you got to stretch your legs, grab a drink of water, eat some food, and go to the restroom and all of that stuff in between. And we are back with our performances. So we actually had an early start, and some of you were able to actually get an early preview of two of our performers for tonight. We would like to showcase their work once more. Again, I am so happy to present Tommy Wan to talk about his piece. So Tommy, let's see you up on the screen.
Hi everyone, my name is Tommy. I use he, him pronouns, and I'm really excited to present this piece that I have worked on called Tachycardia by Mark Melitz for the Starry Nite Arts Fest for 2021. I'm currently a high school senior at the Village School in Houston, Texas, and as an intern for OCA Greater Houston, I've had the privilege to work on so many amazing projects, meet so many people that uplifts the spirits and the amazing, inspiring work done by AAPI artists. So one of my main purposes of the piece is because Tachycardia was created as a minimalist piece. It creates this feeling of constellations. You can hear some resemblance of stars going across that basically represents that there's a far and wide outreach for each note, for each phrase, and there's also a repetition of each phrase. So what that reminds me of is constellations of stars, and what that translates to is constellations within communities. As I'm sharing my ideas out there, it's being repeated and it's being shared. And on the same note as that, Asian American history is really important to me because as a person with Asian background, with my parents coming from both China and Hong Kong, I want to really understand the history of where we're coming from, where our cultural upbringings come from, and how we can fully embrace that and share our culture with other people who may not necessarily be within the AAPI community. And one of the best ways to do that is through stories and also performances through fine arts, as the Starry Nite Festival is. So I really do hope you enjoy the constellations and you hear kind of that style with Tachycardia by Mark Melitz. And I just want to thank you for all my friends and family, and also the work that OCA and Mi Familia Vota has done to uplift the voices of AAPI students, especially the younger generation. Thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy.
Okay, go, Tommy. Okay, I see you. Tommy, that was great. It was such a pleasure getting to listen to you and watch you and just kind of like knowing that you're so talented. Fun fact, Tommy's actually one of our interns, as I said before, and he never really mentioned his saxophone page, but he actually does have a saxophone page where you can follow him on his music. And you can follow him on Instagram at tommy.saxophone, and just really keep up with his music journey. And as he just continues to progress, and he is just such an amazing student and very talented individual. He got to intern with the City of Houston, the City Council of Houston this past summer. He was invited to present a training on one of our youth programs monthly workshops with another coalition in the Houston area, and he just continues to blow us all away. But yeah, go follow him at tommy.saxophone on Instagram. So this next performer, I'm actually really excited to see her again. As always, she's a joy to watch and listen to, a talented musician who is proud of being Taiwanese American in the great constellation of being Asian American. Please welcome Ashley Wang.
Hi, my name is Ashley, and I graduated from UT Austin studying music 2 years ago. I am currently self-employed, and I have my own cello studio teaching private lessons. I'm based in Austin, Texas, and I'm also on faculty at one of the music schools here in Austin. I also gig and play at weddings around the area as well. I'm so passionate about inspiring my students to be the best they can be and striving for musical, personal, and professional growth. As an educator, my work directly impacts students' lives by connecting the community through music. I hope to inspire and encourage my students to explore their voice through music and cello by allowing them to choose what pieces to work on and work on music that they truly have a connection to. When I teach my students, I'm introducing them to a community that I love. a community of lifelong music appreciators. The piece that I'll be playing today is a medley of 3 Taiwanese and Chinese songs that I grew up listening to in my childhood. I connected these 3 songs into one, just like how each of these songs create one constellation of my Asian American heritage. I'm proud to be a Taiwanese American, and these songs will always bring back precious memories of family, food, and my culture. I would like to thank all my friends and family for supporting me in my future endeavors, and I'm so grateful to the opportunity that OCA Greater Houston has given me to showcase my performance and share my story.
It's always so breathtaking and heartwarming to watch and listen to Ashley play. As I mentioned earlier, I love her so dearly as she is a very, very close friend of mine. If you are interested in taking up cello lessons, like please check out her website, ashleywangmusic.com, or her Instagram, ashley_wang26. Fun fact, actually, I remember in our apartment, she took up crocheting as a small hobby. She started with small pieces here and there, and then eventually started making scarves and beanies, which I got one for my birthday, and I love it. It's actually my most favorite um, piece to wear during the winter time. And she now makes custom orders on Instagram too, and she even made like small dinosaurs to different size bees, and they're so cute. So I think Ashley is just a perfect example of using her hands to spread love and staying in touch in the community, whether it's making music or making small pieces here and there with crocheting. But as far as her performance, going from listening to a traditional piece, here's another art form that also honors a tradition via dance. Our next guest from Hanarea, HYUN.
Hi, my name is Jibin Lee and I'm the Secretary of Hanare. Today, our President, Ms. Hyun Suk Ho, will be performing the traditional Korean dance called Hwasong Mokguk. The name of this traditional dance, Hwasong, refers to a fan with a flower painted on it, which is used as the main prop in this dance, while Mokguk means dance in Korean. This unique dance incorporates many basic movements from various traditional Korean dances, so the viewer has a chance to experience the multifaceted elements of traditional Korean dancing. This dance was choreographed by Master Apprentice Kim Mil-sung. We are presenting this dance to you today to help promote understanding of the diverse nature of Korean culture across the diverse communities in the US. And we want to show how Korean culture extends wider than just contemporary K-pop and delve into the history of the nation and its people, and help people understand that Koreans are a single people who are now only divided by political and not cultural distances. Our not-for-profit organization, Hanare, has worked towards this cross-cultural education through bringing together international and local traditional Korean performers, as well as providing hanbok rental and trial at festivals in and around Texas. But for today, please enjoy the performance. Thank you.
Oh my goodness, that was just so mesmerizing from the first chord and the first drum that you hear at the beginning. That was so beautiful. And speaking of mesmerizing and just like how mesmerizing and how it just kind of invoked something in me, it kind of brings me to the next performer. Mito, our next performer, bridges her identities through singing love songs, where the lyrics can be interpreted as a love that can be within yourself or with the people around us. But I will actually let her speak more on the things that she does and how she came to giving us this performance. So welcome, Mito.
Hi, my name is Mito. I use the pronouns she, her, and hers. I currently work as a web developer in the Dallas area, but from time to time I get asked to perform at events and celebrations kind of like this one. Aside from that, I'm also a community organizer with the Filipino Unity for Progress, or UNIPRO, the Texas chapter. I serve as their Secretary General. My work with UNIPRO creates a constellation across communities through the events and programs that we host. During those programs, we encourage our participants to get connected with each other, learn more about their culture and heritage, as well as find people within and outside of their communities with whom they can share what they just learned. A good example of this is our mentorship program, which is a 3 to 4 month long program where we have conversations with our cohorts regarding topics that they normally wouldn't talk to their friends or families about. Some questions that we try to tackle include, what does it mean to be a Filipino American? Or what are the intergenerational similarities or differences within our communities? Or what does it mean to decolonize your mindset? And then sometimes we invite our community partners to share their experiences about certain topics. Another good example is the leadership retreat that we co-host with SIFA, the Southern Intercollegiate Filipino Alliance. At the retreat, we conduct workshops that explore similar topics as our mentorship program, but we have a bigger audience. We have about 13 universities within Texas and Oklahoma that attend this event. So today I will be performing a cover of 2 songs for you. At first glance, these songs would seem like your typical love songs, but if you really listen to the lyrics, they describe the kind of feelings and thoughts that we end up having when we form a connection with someone. It could be romantic, but it could also be a friendship or a partnership. I think in the heart of every human relationship is that connection. And going back to the theme of this event, I think we are all stars, and the connection that we make with each other make us a constellation. And as stars, we can already shine bright, but as constellations, we can shine brighter. So I hope you enjoy my performance today. A big shout out to OCA for hosting this event and for their unwavering support for the API community. And I'd like to thank Ria, Trish, and Albert for thinking of me and inviting me to perform today. They're part of the wonderful organizing team that's working tirelessly behind this event. And lastly, if you're interested in participating in any of our programs or learning more about UniPro, you can reach us at txinformation@unipronow.org. That's it. Once again, thank you and enjoy.
Your bones, you hold me when I'm broke. You don't ask for a thing. Oh, I hope it's you. They put me in the ground by nowhere. I've been where I'm from. You know who took me to prom. You watched as my legs and pride grew taller. Oh, I wanna be the one you call drunk. Oh, I know that we march to the beat of different drums. We're still so damn young, in and out of believing in love. What the hell's love? All I know is love. When push comes to shove, I'll be the one around and round we go. So much I don't know, but even though this ain't pretty and simple like a bed of roses, at least I know my hope is that you stick around till the end, 'cause you're my best friend. You cut me, I bleed gold. I miss you though you're cold. You're inside a different soul when I'm not around, but that's okay. I do the same. Oh, we're in a mess with no end, but I'm amazed to know when, darling, we don't ever have to pretend. Who knows what or who we choose? You know I've nothing to lose. You love me, I love you. at lahat na hindi ko ipararanas sa'yo. Ibinubunyag ka ng iyong mata, sumisigaw ng pagsinta. Ba't di papatulan ang pagsuyong nagkulang? Tayong umaasang hilag at kanluran, ikaw ang hantungan at bilang kanlungan mo, ako ang sasakip sa'yo. Saan nga ba patungo? Nakayapak at nahihiwagaan, ang bagyo ng tadhana ay dinadala ako sa init ng bisig mo. Ba't di pa sabihin ang hindi mo maamin? Ipauubaya na lang ba to sa hangin? Huwag mong ikatakot ang bulong ng damdamin mo. Naririto ako, nakikinig sa'yo. Oh, 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 naririto ako, nakikinig sa'yo.
Okay, girl. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. That second song, I actually grew up with that song, so I was jamming. I hope, my roommates didn't hear me. But anywho, thank you so much for sharing that. It definitely brought me back to my childhood. It was like a go-to karaoke song, so I love the performance as always. So for folks tuned into this evening portion of the program, please participate in our raffle. The winner will receive a pink humankind sweatshirt from Tinland Studios. I actually have a t-shirt from him. It is so soft, it is so comfortable, so definitely sign up for that raffle. And I'm actually going to hand it off to Ateria to talk about the API Voices project.
Hi, all. We've had quite a day today, and we had the honor and space of exploring and learning how each author, artist, and performer honor their API identities, their histories, and experiences. After engaging with all of them today, they truly shine through their work and practice. This festival, again, is a reminder that our story should continue and to be told, and inside and outside the classroom. The final work we want to share tonight, sorry, I'm a little shaky because of MITO's performance, excuse me, is API Voice. So onto its third iteration, and this piece actually is centered for the HCRE, or the Houston Collective Reimagine Education, right, in the push for Asian American Studies, Ethnic Studies in Texas. Again, this project was started in 2019 during Pearland School Board elections. My co-director, Trish, myself, and two of our colleagues, shout out to Jenna Maravilla and Christian Toledo, as well as Donna Kim Murphy, huge support from her. We want to mobilize the Pearland community to participate in our local elections, right? Especially our students, and the youth throughout this festival has been centered in conversations. And so our goal was to collect the student voices and their experiences in the public school system. Everyone, please have a listen for API Voices.
It's my freshman year of high school, and somehow, as a mixed Asian American student, I have already experienced discrimination. A few months ago, at the beginning of my fourth period class, my teacher left the class for a few minutes and said she would be back. The class just worked quietly on their work. A minute later, two faculty members came into the room. Teacher 1 walked up to the board and pointed out that we were writing something down about population density. Which we were. Then he said that our class should know what that is because we were AP. I just continued to write. Then teacher 1 pointed to me and said, "Hey, Asian girl, what's population density?" And of course I know what it is, but I hate being put on the spot, and I was in complete shock that I had just been referred to as Asian girl. Right after calling me out, teacher 1 remarked, "Well, you don't fit the stereotype." Then he moved on to a kid sitting to the left of me and proceeded to say, "Hey, Indian boy, what's population density?" I sat quietly with my jaw hanging open and my face flushed red from embarrassment, but too scared to call the teacher out for his inappropriate behavior. Teacher 1 then stated that this student did not fit the stereotype either. Do you see me?
In 7th grade, I attended an Asian workshop which discussed the history and impacts of Asian Americans on the United States. Before this workshop, I had no knowledge of the great effects of Asian Americans on the America we live in today. I found it frustrating that I didn't learn about the history of my people in 7 years of schooling. Today, there are 18.64 million Asians in the United States and still no mention of Asian Americans in classrooms. Do you see me?
My first year of college, I took a class on urban culture and society where I centered my research on Houston's Little Saigon with a special focus on the Saigon-Houston Plaza. I scoured newspaper articles and archives to learn more. However, I learned the most through phone calls with my dad, where he would tell me the stories behind the Vietnamese migration from downtown to Alif, the origin of Hong Kong City Mall, and the stories behind the businesses that we all know and love. These stories live within oral history, but they deserve to be in classrooms too. We're real people who matter. Our value currently lives within the services that we provide. However, we are not valuable because we serve. We are valuable because we are people with culture, history, and lives. We should be included in U.S. history curriculum, especially as this country continues to profit off of our pain and hard work. Do you see me?
I never thought much about diversity until recently. When I was younger, I always thought because we live in an American society, we would always have to follow the fundamental core American societal values, and that the perspectives of different cultures doesn't matter because we live in a particular country. But as I grow up, I've come to see that the perspectives and the amazing work and the history of all people, including Asian Americans, that our voices do matter, that our experiences do matter, that our hardships, that our successes, that our lives do matter. And I encourage you to learn about the history of it because I am slowly gaining back my confidence about my Asian American identity through learning. Do you see me?
I was 15 when I heard my classmates make fun of a book about a Chinese person's narrative. The book was called Falling Leaves. There were around 5 Asians in my class. I was silent as I listened to my classmates complain about how boring and stereotypical and irrelevant the book was. I didn't tell them that I loved it, that I related to it, that I felt aspects of the author's Chinese story echo in my Vietnamese one too, that I was moved because the book was the only one from an Asian narrator I had read in class for the past 4 years. Even for the rest of high school, I did not read much Asian literature in school. The book might not be relevant to them, but it was to me. Do you see me?
As a recent college graduate, I have had my fair share of history classes, yet throughout semester after semester, a 5 to 7 sentence paragraph covering quote-unquote Asian American history, mostly regarding the internment of Japanese Americans. I began wondering in high school, why are our ancestors' footprints not being learned about in depth, about within American history, and yet I am called quote-unquote Asian American, specifically Filipino American. Our present will turn to the future's history, and I really do want to ask, until when will our history as Asian Americans be negated out of the classroom, be negated out of the discussion? Do you see me?
In world geography class, we had a unit over immigration. We discussed what it was, reasons for it, and we talked about the Europeans who came to Ellis Island, which is a good example and an important topic, but I would expect a world geography class to go much further and use even more examples and diverser examples. We cannot forget about all the Asians who have migrated here and are still migrating here. They are the fastest growing population in the US, and they are playing such important roles in jobs for our nation. Asian migration is very important and should be talked about. I was frustrated to see the lack of discussion over Asians in our world geography class. Do you see me?
I was still small enough to fit in the shopping cart. My mom turned away to get groceries, and the little girl next to me tilted her head at me, confused. "Why don't you look like this?" she asked, using her index finger to draw the corners of her eyes upwards. Her mother, right next to the cart, pretended like she didn't hear it. Years later, someone brought up the accomplishments of one of our Asian American classmates. Another classmate dismissed his accomplishments. "Well, yeah, of course he did well. He's Asian," he said, effectively diminishing his accomplishment to nothing. In middle school, a friend and I were complaining about the high costs related to being in band. She cut the conversation short by stating, "But Asians are all rich, so you aren't worried about this." We are not a monolith, and we are not a stereotype. We are deserving of credit, respect, and individual recognition. Do you see me?
When I was in high school, I took my first American history class covering content from 1492 to the present day. I never saw any mention of South Asian Americans like myself, and for that matter, Asian Americans within the first half of the course. But I figured that I would at least have 4 or 5 mentions of Asian Americans, one of which would include South Asian Americans in the second half of the course. I was wrong on both counts, and as I reached the end of the school year, I grew concerned that I would never have the opportunity to learn about these groups in class. One day, I expressed this sentiment to my U.S. history teacher, to which he responded, "Your people and history don't matter in this country." I can't remember much else about our interaction, other than feeling distraught from it. But since that incident, I've feared that I could never learn about the history of my racial and ethnic groups in America in a classroom, and that I could be erased from U.S. history in the future. Do you see me? Do you see me?
Wow, that was just such a powerful video to watch. And keep in mind, that is just 9 voices in that video that don't even entirely represent the population of Asian American students going through school and facing any comments of discrimination or racism towards their heritage, towards their culture, and often are excluded from the conversation. It is such an honor to be a youth organizer for OCA Greater Houston, to be alongside these students advocating for Asian American ethnic studies for the public education system in Texas. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing a change in the classroom and a change for this next generation of young student leaders. I'm incredibly proud of them, for them to be empowered by all the development trainings that they've been attending, and to empowering us in return, and just learning alongside how to really use our voice and reclaim again of, how important it is for us to be seen, because we have always been here and we will always be here. And it's just so important for each student to understand that their history and their culture and their heritage is so important as we make up the history of this country, of this state. And it is only right for them to see themselves represented in that. With that said, it is a great honor to introduce the facilitator for our upcoming panel. She is actually a part of this project. Her name is Shravya. Shravya is a second-generation Indian American, originally from the Dallas-Fort Worth area. She is a sophomore at the University of Texas at Austin studying anthropology. Her interests include preserving Asian American histories and bringing ethnic studies to public grade schools. Though uncertainties of her post-graduation plans, she hopes to continue advocating for ethnic studies courses in school districts in any capacity she can. Thank you so much, Shravya, for all the work that you've been already doing with us, and I look forward to seeing you facilitate this incredible, amazing conversation that you're going to have with our panelists, and I just know that we are going to be so moved and motivated and empowered by the end of tonight. And take it away, Shravya.
Thank you so much, Abby, for that wonderful introduction. Hello, everyone. My name is Shravya Chintilapati, and I will be your panel moderator for tonight. It's such an honor to have this opportunity. So I want to start off by thanking everyone that's made this panel and just Starry Nite Arts Festival possible. And at this moment, I would like to take some time to introduce some of our panelists that we will be featuring this evening. I want to start off by first introducing Ashley Wang. Ashley is a cellist and pianist who graduated from the University of Texas at Austin with a Bachelor's of Music. She has studied cello for 15 plus years and the piano for 10 plus years. At the Butler School of Music at UT Austin, Ashley has performed with numerous ensembles, and she has founded the first freshman-only piano trio and was heavily involved in chamber music at UT. She has played in master classes with world-renowned cellists and string quartets. In May 2016, she toured with the WTAMU Symphony Orchestra in Prague, Vienna, and Budapest as assistant principal cellist. Ashley is equally passionate about performing and teaching music, and has been teaching cello and piano private lessons since 2015. Ashley has been trained to teach Suzuki Cello Books 1 through 5 and strongly believes in encouraging her students to become the best they can be in a healthy and productive learning environment. She has a lot of teaching and experience with different ages, ranging from as young as 3 years old to students 18 and older. Ashley currently teaches at Armstrong Community Music School and runs her own private cello studio. In addition to teaching and performing music, Ashley loves to cook, craft, eat good food, and travel with friends and family. Our next panelist is Brandon Taw Harris. Brandon is an interdisciplinary artist and arts performer based in Houston, Texas. His creative practice explores his identity as a child of war refugees. By examining the Vietnamese diaspora in relation to his family history, he can understand and process intergenerational trauma. Harris's work incorporates self-portraiture, his family archives, and historical images portraying the Vietnam War. Through the use of photography, video, performance, and installation, he allows the viewers a deeper understanding of the complexities surrounding migration. Harris's work has been featured in exhibitions at Asia Society Texas, Houston Center for Photography, and the Bleffer Art Museum. Harris's project has also been funded by grants from the IDEA Fund and the Houston Arts Alliance. He received his BFA in Photography and Digital Media from the University of Houston and is a manager of engagement and communications at PhotoFest. Next, we have MITO Are. Born in the Philippines, MITO moved to the United States before her 15th birthday. She had always enjoyed music and singing, so when she attended the University of Texas at Dallas, she took the opportunity to perform around campus at various events representing the Filipino Students Association. Later on, she started working as a web developer for a digital marketing agency based in Dallas, shortly after graduating with her master's in computer science. A couple years into her career, she met the kind and passionate staff of UniPro Texas, who helped her explore her roots and celebrate her heritage as a Filipina through their mentorship program. To this day, she continues to learn and serve by providing space and organizing programs for her peers and community members to practice kapwa. MITO serves as the current Secretary General of UniPro Texas. Our fourth panelist is Tommy Wan. Tommy is a senior at the Village School. He focuses on
classical saxophone, composition, and utilizing technology in his works. His playing has won him chairs in the Texas Music Educator Association All-State Band, Houston Symphonic Band, Carnegie Hall Band, and the National Youth Wind Ensemble. Further, his experiences have brought him accolades and placements in the Houston International Music Competition and the National Houston Underground Competition. He's a student of Dan Gillock, a former saxophone professor at the University of Houston. Additionally, he is an instructor at Through the Staff for Classical and Jazz Saxophone, an organization that provides pro bono music lessons to underprivileged students. And last but not least, our final panelist is Anthony Pabiliano. Anthony is a Philippine-born and raised Houston-based artist and community organizer. He's an artist at the Archway Gallery, a member of the Filipinx Artists of Houston Art Collective, and a board member and volunteer for both the Visual Arts Alliance and the Filipino-American National Historical Society, Houston, Texas chapter nonprofit organizations. Anthony explores portraiture grounded in realism, rooted from his desire to explore various aspects of the human condition and experience, from ideas relating to self and identity to topics about diversity. Owing to particular childhood circumstances, constructing functional objects from raw materials has been an element in his practice, such as crocheting, knitting, and weaving articles of clothing, household items, and bags. All right, so I see all our panelists have hopped on here today, and it's wonderful to see all's lovely faces. I want to start off by asking a question that's open to anyone to answer as visual and performing artists. Visual and performing arts have been said to capture what words cannot, and AAPI works have often, excuse me for a moment. So I will repeat the question one more time. Visual and performing arts have been said to capture what words cannot, and Asian American Pacific Islander works have too often been sidelined within mainstream artistic spaces. To what extent do you find this statement to be true in regard to your respective art practices, especially when creating or sharing works that revolve around your ethnic or racial identities? And how can art illuminate truths and create safe spaces for fostering meaningful dialogue about AAPI identities?
I think I can take a first stab at this question. Hi, everyone, to those who are watching MITO here. Before I answer the question, can I just say that I am so humbled to be part of this panel. I just watch everyone's performances. Y'all are amazing. So in that same line of thinking, I feel like my answer is not going to be as insightful as everyone else's because I don't consider myself an artist. I'm not really in that artist space, but I think everyone will agree that even if you're not in that space, API representation in mainstream media is not where it should be, right? It's not where it needs to be. A lot of times the stories and the representation of API in mainstream media can sometimes be like a white person's fantasy of what Asian culture is like. And I think a good example of this is the recent live action adaptation of Mulan. From what I understand, the back-end people, like the people who wrote it, directed it, produced it, are all white people. And I'm no, Chinese culture expert, but from what I understand, they really missed the mark on depicting the lessons that the legend of Mulan, is supposed to teach us. And then another thing with mainstream media is that Asian American culture, I feel like, is treated as like this monolithic culture when, in reality, Asia is huge. Right? There's so many different countries, there's so many different ethnicities. And even within those countries and ethnicities, you know, there's regional differences. So that's why I'm actually, you know, excited for artists like Olivia Rodrigo, Sawadi, is that how you say her name? Nikki and her. They're like, you know, artists, but they represent themselves as, you know, Filipino American or like Indonesian American, you know. And then with also, you know, new shows like The Good Place, if you have seen that yet. Manny Jacinto, who plays like one of the characters, he's portrayed as a Filipino American. And also in Superstore, I think the artist's name is Nico Santos. He plays Mateo, and he's also portrayed as a Filipino American. So, you know, I think we're getting there, but in terms of, you know, representation, I think we still have a lot to go.
I think I'll go next. So I agree with everything that Mito has said, but I think my take on it will be somewhat logistic in nature in terms of how we can go about generally in terms of getting ourselves included in these types of conversations. So I think irrespective of, you know, our artistic identities, we're just still bodies within the AAPI community. And, you know, we exist in a larger population that, you know, we have, you know, personally seen, witnessed ourselves, read in history, that, you know, our voices haven't, you know, our voices have been sidelined by, you know, the mainstream. So I think, speaking from a community organizing perspective, by organizing together and pushing for our collective AAPI concerns, and, you know, making it as loudly heard as possible, is when we can start seeing progress in terms of getting ourselves included in those conversations and having our concerns become much more evident and maybe hopefully become prioritized by everything. It's very generic, my response, but I think that's my take on that question.
Thank you so much for both of y'all's insights. I definitely agree with everything you guys said. I want to turn it over to Mito, actually. Mito, I just have to say that I was watching your performance just maybe less than half an hour ago, and it was absolutely beautiful. And Mito, I know you are the Secretary General for UniPro Texas. Would you mind maybe just talking about how you first got involved with this organization and what exactly your role entails?
Yeah, but first, thank you so much. I'm glad you liked it. But yeah, so I'm currently serving as the Secretary General of UniPro Texas. I got involved with UniPro Texas back in 2018. The year prior that, I had gone through like some difficulties in my personal life. So in 2018, I promised myself that, you know, this is my growth year. I'm gonna be open to, you know, new experiences and meet new people. And so in the summer, one of my friends from UT Dallas, Josh Garcia, shout out, I don't know if you're watching, he was serving as the Director of Human Resources of UniPro Texas. And he just mentioned to me, hey, you know, I'm part of this organization. And he told me what UniPro is all about and that they had an opportunity for this mentorship program. So I was like, let's do it. So I went through the program. And then from there, I became good friends with the staff, and I saw what UniPro was all about, what they do for the community. And, you know, I started like, hey, I want to help too. Like, I want to keep doing this. I want to keep doing this with you guys. And so after the mentorship program, I onboarded as a full-time staff. And then last year we had our first elections since the creation of the chapter. And I ran as the Secretary General. And then I got it. Now we're here. And as far as my role, I really owe everything I know about this role and like what I do to Jenna Maravilla. I know she's watching. Shout out to Jenna. She taught me everything that I need to know for this role. But I'm basically the record keeper of our chapter. And I'd like to think that I'm like their biggest, supporter. I'm an internal supporter of the visionaries in our group. And every year, each staff member and board of director has a chance to like create an initiative for, the rest of the year. And this year I started our chapter's newsletter. And it's really, I thought we needed a way to keep in touch with the community because, during the pandemic, there weren't a lot of chances to host like an in-person event. And so this was just our way of staying in touch with them and saying, hey, we're still here. We're not dead yet. We're still, working behind the scenes and, here are upcoming events. But yeah, that's it in a nutshell.
Thank you for sharing that story. Yes. Mito, I also know that you educate others about Filipino culture and heritage and their identity. And you also practice kapwa. For those of us that may not know, could you explain what kapwa is and exactly how you became involved with this art form?
That is a great question, Stravia. So kapwa, and I think Anthony can probably confirm or deny this, but I don't know if kapwa is an art form. It is a Tagalog word. So it's a word that means other, like the direct translation is other, but the meaning kind of goes beyond that. So in English, others kind of imply that the self is like a separate entity than, who you're referring to. But the word kapwa, it implies like a shared identity with the, like whoever it is that you're referring to. And, it's such a wonderful word, right? Because when you use that word, when you refer to like others as kapwa, as your kapwa, there's like this understanding that, we're all alike. We're all striving for the same thing. We all just want to be accepted and to belong. There's this understanding that you are me and I'm you. That's kapwa. It's like a practice almost, a mentality, but it is part of the Tagalog vernacular.
Yeah, and it seems community work and kapwa have a lot to do with togetherness and community spirit. So when mentoring Filipino students through kapwa, how is it that you try to cultivate community spirit?
Yeah, so kapwa is actually one of the pillars of Unipro Texas and Unipro National, I believe. And so the way we cultivate that is whenever we have, programs, whenever we're programming our events or whenever we hold meetings, we try to keep that kapwa mentality in mind. So we make sure that everyone has a chance to tell their story and everyone has, the respect that they deserve whenever they're telling their story. So like during our meetings, we have this thing called step up, step down, where, if you're talking, everyone gives you that respect. Everyone listens to you and what you have to say, regardless of if they agree with your opinion or if they don't. And then when you're done, you step down and you let, the other person step up in your place so that their voice can be heard. And then aside from that, we also do this thing called kamusta ka. And that is a phrase that translates into English, how are you? So it's just like, it serves as like a check-in before each of our meetings. And we use like different fun like questions like, what's your favorite food? Or like, during childhood, what was your favorite toy or something? But within that, like the answer, whenever everyone answers that, we kind of recognize that, oh, hey, like me too, like it kind of shows that the similarities as much as the differences of whoever's in that meeting. So yeah, that's how we practice kapwa.
I definitely appreciate that answer, and I definitely have to agree that listening is especially very important in spaces when we engage with other folks, and realizing, at least when it comes to art, that the artist's ability to create and to be able to present their work is important, but also equally important to having that artistic effect is people who are willing to listen and being willing to take in that. So I really appreciate your answer, and thank you for that. And I wanted to actually bring it over to Ashley and Tommy, who I know do some educating and teaching in addition to both being musicians. So Ashley, I believe you played the cello and piano since you were a child, and Tommy, I believe you played the saxophone for quite some time as well. How were you guys first introduced to your respective instruments, and what inspired you to continue playing, your instruments thereafter?
Yeah, I guess I'll go first. So I started playing cello when I was 8 years old. And it actually wasn't my first instrument, even though I went to college for cello. I started with piano when I was 4.5 years old. And that was just watching my older sister play piano. I just wanted to copy her and do everything she wanted to do. And she played violin. I also wanted to do that too. And my parents, I guess, introduced me to the cello just to try something different. And the second I started cello, I just fell in love with the sound. It was just much more mellow, and I just loved how it sounded. And so I just fell in love with cello ever since. And that's what led me to major in cello in college. And at first I wasn't interested in teaching. Like I just thought it was okay. But until I was in this program called UT String Projects at UT Austin, I got to really dive deep into teaching, and I taught 4-year-olds how to play cello, which was interesting. And I taught a lot of group classes and individual private lessons. And through that program, I really loved teaching. Like that was my passion. And that's what led me here today, wanting to build my own cello studio. And so I guess I have two passions for cello. One is performing cello, and another passion of mine is teaching cello as well. So yeah, that's kind of my story of how I got to where I am today with teaching.
Hi everyone, my name is Tommy. I again, like MITO, I'm very honored as a high schooler just to be in the presence of such great artists, such great artistry, and all of these different amazing art forms. So I play mostly classical saxophone, and I was first introduced to the instrument through the typical school band program, and usually they go through that ranking. But even before that, my parents were so awesome to invest in me as a child. So I started off with piano, ventured into like guitar, and then trumpet, and then what really stuck to me was saxophone. It was the coolest instrument. Ron from Parks and Recreations plays it. It was very awesome. You could play jazz on it as well. So what really kept me going, and I think this is a real thing in almost any other subject, is the teachers that teach you. Those people who are passionate about what they're doing. My current teacher is just so amazing. They're teaching me so many incredible things and connecting these things to important aspects in life as well. And by passing that passion down of teaching, I am also garnering this passion of being able to express myself freely. It's almost like you're word painting with your instrument. You're able to express yourselves in the most delicate, the most emotional, but the most awesomest way ever. And you can really do that through music. It's like singing, playing the voice, cello. It's amazing. And there's these nuanced things that you can't necessarily get through, maybe through an essay or through a research paper or through speaking at an event. These things can be really represented through music. And as I realized that, and as I realized myself as an Asian American as well, it was just very touching to connect those two things. I get most interest by connecting the intersectionality of things, and that's what really drives me forward, both the component of a great teacher and the component of just connecting things to my own personal self, and also being able to express that through an avenue of classical saxophone. So it's just a great thing. And if you don't play an instrument and you really want to, age is never a factor. And I highly encourage you to get into the arts and really start playing and expressing yourself on that nuanced, deep level.
Thank you for sharing such wonderful stories about getting into music. I definitely relate to both of you guys' music stories. I actually first got involved with music by playing piano at the age of 4, and until I was 14 years old. I picked up playing the viola at the age of 12, and I think what drew me to that instrument was that it sounded so much like the human voice, and that kind of tenor that you get that you don't necessarily find with a lot of other instruments around the same range. And I think that ability to kind of speak to someone through music was very impactful for me. And I definitely agree with what you said, Tommy, earlier about integrating your API identity through music and developing a kind of emotional sensitivity. I had a API instructor when I played viola, and I really think that she tried to encourage me to explore parts of my identity that I don't think I would have otherwise felt like I had the confidence or encouragement to do so had I not had an instructor of a similar racial background. So thank you again for sharing your stories. Ashley, I wanted to follow up with you, and I wanted to specifically ask about your experience being an API music educator. How is it that you try to integrate and try to educate others about your identity as an educator and performer?
Yeah, that's a great question. I do want to touch on what you said. Like growing up, I did not see a lot of Asian or AAPI representation, especially, I guess, female AAPI teachers. And so I feel like I can fill in that gap now, now that I am a teacher myself. And I definitely love connecting with students one-on-one, and that's one of the ways how I can share my own personal AAPI story to my students, no matter what gender, race they are. And I really love connecting, especially with my AAPI students. I'll share a quick little story. I do have one Taiwanese student, and I myself am Taiwanese, and we always spend our lessons, a good chunk of our lessons, talking about how we miss traveling to Taiwan and like eating the yummy food and stuff. And we actually do play like our childhood songs we grew up, and they were from like the Studio Ghibli movies we both grew up watching. And so I incorporate kind of that into our lessons. And I really let the students choose what pieces they play, whether it's like pop music or music from their childhood or just, yeah, from their culture, really. And so that's how I kind of incorporate like Asian heritage into my lessons. And I definitely think I can do a lot more. So definitely it's a work in progress. But yeah, that's a great question. I'm always wanting to incorporate that into my lessons always.
Yeah, I appreciate you sharing more about your teaching philosophy and all the work you do to try to integrate your API identity and help other API musicians as well in the process. I wanted to follow up with Tommy as well. Tommy, I know that in addition to being a musician, you also do a lot of civic work as well, and you have a lot of other pursuits on the side. I heard that you're a licensed pilot, which I think is so cool. And I don't think it's every day that I get to meet someone that is a licensed pilot. So that's really exciting. Would you mind talking about how you initially got involved with some of these other involvements, and what parallels do you see between, this work and your musicianship?
Yeah, thank you so much for that. Yeah, so some of the things that mainly stick out to me is basically civic engagement. So I actually got into it accidentally at school. There was a club, I accidentally joined it, and then what happened after was everything fell into line, and I found this new passion of mine that led me to so many different avenues, meeting so many different people, and it was just amazing in general. And so one of the parallels I see between these is just the barriers that come into it. So personally, for me, I think music is so powerful because there is quite literally no barriers. There's no language barriers, there's no, and when you play your instrument for someone else who may not necessarily speak your language, they'll still hear it, they'll still understand it, they'll still understand the emotions you're trying to convey, whether that be excited or sad or emotional. And then one of the things that translate that into civic engagement is just that innate nature that it wants to be shared with everyone. You want to make sure that everyone is, for example, registered to vote. You want to understand that their perspectives are there, and their emotions are being listened to, and their whatever their issues are, those are being heard as well, and that they're able to express themselves as well. So that avenue of expression is this one big parallel I see between civic engagement and music and music education. And I just think civic engagement is so important, especially educating young people, my peers, high school peers, middle school students, and also holding these workshops that as an intern for OCA really helps, conferences and things like that. So one more parallel that I see with that is just the fact that sharing knowledge is so important and so needed. There's just these nuanced things that you can share with people, your stories, and that will really impact them. And as they grow up to be the next leaders, as I grow up as well, I will listen to what they have to say. I'll learn from what they have. And this is kind of the same thing for music. You're passing down that music, you're passing down what you have been taught as well. So it's kind of this oral tradition, but it's also in music and civic engagement. So I think that's just really cool as well. Yeah. But thanks for that question.
Yeah, that was absolutely beautiful. I also wanted to ask you about your experience presenting at the Texas Ethnic Studies Convergence this summer. And if I remember correctly, you spoke about this idea of like radical vulnerability. Could you talk about what this phrase means to you and how it is that you try to implement it yourself and encourage others to be radically vulnerable through whatever engagements that you are involved in?
Yeah, I think radical vulnerability is a phrase that means different things to different people depending on their upbringings, depending on their culture. And this year, especially, I've discovered and learned about myself so much. And I think that word really helps me guide through certain ways of thinking, certain events that both on the high and lows. So for me, what radical vulnerability means is that while I'm able to learn about myself and I'm able to be vulnerable about my own experiences, my culture, my feeling, and as I grow into this person who starts to appreciate more of the Asian American identity, I'm also able to instill this feeling and emotion in other people around me, in people who are my high school peers, those who are younger than me, and even adults. Sometimes it may be a little bit that's part of being vulnerable. It's scary sometimes to approach people who have more life experiences and wisdom, but really they have so much to tell and so much wisdom to give, that even as a young person, having the honor to share my perspectives and being vulnerable with them while them being vulnerable back to me is really that reciprocating relationship that I think is really important as an Asian American and as a human being in general. So that's something I try to think about radical vulnerability as very much so. I also encourage those who are watching to think about yourself, who you really are, and how you can express that with other people while also encouraging others to express that back to you.
Definitely, Tommy. I completely agree with what you're saying. I know, at least for me, radical vulnerability is a process, and what may seem radical to me might not be radical to another person. And vulnerability is something that I definitely struggle with, and I'm generally a more private and reserved person. So to even have engaged in like the Texas Ethnic Studies convergence was a radical vulnerability right there. Thank you for sharing more about radical vulnerability, Tommy. I want to move on to Anthony and Brandon. Anthony and Brandon, I know that both of you are visual artists and you center your art largely around your personal or ethnic histories, which I assume requires a lot of vulnerability. When working on a piece of art, have you experienced any challenges being vulnerable? And if so, how have you tried to overcome those obstacles?
I can go first. So, a lot of my work is deeply personal in my own family history. When I approach my work, and I think even more so, it's more about how in the ways it's presented. It's a sense of ownership. So, whenever I get offered like an opportunity to show my work, to talk about my work, or anything like that, it I have the ownership of what I want to share with my family and what I don't want to share with my family. Especially when you're dealing with such personal work, I try to take my family out as much as possible without taking out their story. So, like for me, I don't sell any images, including my family at all. So the only works that are available for like sales are works of either me or other works like such as landscapes or of the archive. But I believe it's like a sense of ownership to the image.
Oh, hi. So regarding me, it took me a while to come to this realization, but when I did, it made a lot of sense because most of my life, my art form is portraiture, and I create a lot of celebratory portraits of others, and only when I started, putting the spotlight, instead of putting it on others, and when I started putting it on me, I started realizing that well, it's also in conjunction with the childhood that I've had and the childhood that I forgot and tried to forget and forgot for many years. And so I would say that, most of my portraiture work in my earlier years have definitely, I haven't had the sense of or the need to showcase a lot of vulnerability. But when I started coming around and started creating works that are completely, that completely alludes to my earlier years, it did start become a little bit difficult. I felt very, very vulnerable. But in terms of overcoming that, I would say that the community that I have been surrounded with, in terms of people who are in the AAPI community, people who have had similar experiences, and people who are able to have conversation with me in a positive way, have definitely been ways that have made it a lot easier to overcome those sorts of debilitating effects of making, sharing my stories and becoming vulnerable. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Anthony and Brandon, for sharing more about your journey.
As visual artists, could you talk a little bit about your process whenever you create a new piece of art? Maybe your inspiration, how long it typically takes to complete one of your works?
I'll start. So in terms of hours, sometimes it takes weeks, sometimes months. It really depends on the number of stress-free hours I have left after my day job and after my nonprofit volunteer work and other commitments. So it really depends. At a certain point, I stopped counting, and so regarding the number of hours, yes. But in terms of the other part of your question, in terms of inspiration, given that I do mostly portraiture work, I source the subject matters, the subject of my artworks from others. I would say, pre-pandemic, it was great in terms of, I had the ability then to meet, to interact, to build rapport with other people in order for me and, to get the courage to ask them if I could, create a portrait of them. But, the past year and a half, almost 2 years, due to the pandemic, it's been difficult. But also instances like the freeze earlier this year and the overall effect of, the isolation that we're experiencing because of the pandemic, definitely had a lot of time to look inwardly, not necessarily in a backwards fashion, even though the experience during the freeze made me remember something way back. But yeah, in terms of inspiration now, because of the pandemic, I have slowly started to gain the courage to explore ideas that are of my own, from my prior experiences, from my memories of childhood.
Yeah, and on the subject of the frieze, I know one of your most recent artworks was the frieze, and it's around regards these themes of human condition and diversity. Could you share a little bit about your message and story behind this piece of art and how you try to convey those aspects as well?
Oh yeah. So that's a self-portrait. I titled it "Lost in Silence," and it's definitely completely inspired or a result of the freeze. Because a little bit about me is that the first third of my life, I spent in the Philippines, and my time there were basically, to put it simply, were times where I experienced impoverishedness, homelessness, and abandonment in a sense. And so, most of my life I've tried to forget about that. And, that younger version of me that came into America, the main mode of coping mechanism that I had then was to forget. That was the simplest solution that I could fathom back then. And so most of my life since then, I have forgotten what my experiences were back then. So during that freeze where I lost, electricity for several days, uh, you know, no way to heat up except for candles and the freeze bursting the pipe of the place that I live in and not having water for 2 weeks. The suddenness of all of that, it was just a little bit of a extreme trigger in terms of just whiplashing me back to a time back then in the past. And so, with all that said, once everything has been reestablished in terms of electricity and water, the first artwork that I created, I wanted to document my experience during that time, because over time, especially recently, I've learned that creating, expressing yourselves regarding a specific issue is a little bit is a lot is extremely liberating and helps in terms of moving forward. So I created that piece of just my face rendered in color, and then the rest are just graphite pencil to heighten that sense of abandonment, loneliness, solitude, what have you.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing such a personal story. I really appreciate your openness. I did also want to give Brandon an opportunity to, talk maybe a little bit about his process on creating a new piece of art and maybe his sources of inspiration. And yeah, I just.
Yeah, so for all of my work, I'm inspired by my own family narrative and story. So I typically start off by like a conversation. It starts off like I'm just recording all of our conversations between my family and I for fun. And typically in there, like out of all the fun conversations, like I will bringing it back to like our journey from being more refugees from Vietnam. And I typically use that as like a catalyst to inform my work. And then I typically research. So I do a lot of reading on like migration, Vietnamese diaspora, and like a book on water and the boat and like how metaphorical that is. And then with that, I incorporate all of those, mixing with the archive, chopping and screwing it, mixed in with like my own family story, and then that's how I create work typically. And then as for time, since I'm an interdisciplinary artist, I work in mediums of like photography, video, performance, sculpture. So I don't really know how long things take. Typically, photographs are faster to make, but lately I've been working more in like sculptural and performative work. So those have become more like meditative and long. It's incorporating the body too, as the body is a living archive of time and history and trauma.
That was absolutely such a profound insight and such a profound source of inspiration. Brandon, I also know that you regularly consult archives and your own family histories to illuminate some of the deeper complexities of your culminative works regarding Vietnamese diasporic histories, be it through film, self-portraiture, photography. Have you encountered any significant barriers or challenges that have prevented you from accessing these stories for your projects? And if so, how have you been able to continue pursuing those artistic ideas to narrate the stories you want to tell?
Yeah, so one of the challenges in my research is looking at the story and like images from the portrayal of Vietnamese refugees. So the Vietnam War was the first war widely shared and spread through media. And there's so many images that are so popular from this time that it's so over circulated, and Vietnamese people that were in Vietnam or were refugees at the time, their images and like their stories were overpopulated from the overall like media circulation. So the media circulates all these images of like the girl naked running who just got napalm bombed, or like the monk burning, or this like all this trauma. And if you think about like the history of the camera, it's a tool of colonization, which documented like slavery, which documented like ethnographic photographs from all around the world. So I just, so like I just lost my train of thought. But what was I saying? Yeah, so like all these images are circulated, and for me in my research, I'm trying to figure out where I can find these stories and find these narratives, but in doing so, it's like nearly impossible to find. So for me, I use a lot of these archives, which comes from like the white lens and the white perspective portrayal of the Vietnam War. But I typically insert myself or like instigate it and take ownership of the image and of the circulated image.
Yes, thank you so much for that. I greatly appreciate that perspective. I also know that you place significant emphasis on accessibility. Could you talk about how you've tried to make your art accessible, especially for those who have very little awareness of, the Vietnamese diaspora and its history?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, being an artist and also working at like an international arts organization in Houston, there's not that much representation of AAPI art. For me, I think it's important as an AAPI artist to do everything I can to share my story, to share my family's story, because our stories is not heard or not shared in this white cube art world in overall. And working in the arts is also like very eye-opening to see how the insights of that is. And I'm trying to decolonize the art space and the art institutions as I work there. And I think it's important for me to share my story, and the more opportunities that I get in sharing my art, the better it is to be accessible for future generations. And everything that I have has been archived, it's been shared, it's everywhere that I can, and I'm doing all the work that I can to continue to share the different stories and the complexities of my family's journey as war refugees.
Thank you so much for sharing that. And I definitely agree that there needs to be more API representation. And I think the work that you are doing is absolutely wonderful. On the, I guess, subject of, artistic processes and, emotional vulnerability and just labor. One of our panelists audience members actually did have a question that, artistic practice and or organizational processes require emotional labor given the amount of processing. How and what ways do you create boundaries and care for yourselves? And this is open to any of the panelists on this panel here right now. So anyone feel free to jump in.
I guess I can just go. For me, I create these boundaries by creating time for myself, also taking breaks. I feel like when I was in school studying art, it definitely institutionalized my mind, where it was like I have to keep producing all the time, 24/7. But the reality is like it's like a roller coaster. Like some days you're just gonna take a break and not do work, and then some days you're just gonna let it all out, cry it all out. The tears will flow, and you just gotta keep it moving.
Definitely. Are there any other panelists that would like to answer that question before moving on?
Yeah, I can share my experience as a community organizer. So honestly, just learning to say no, and learning to trust the rest of your team. Because, at least for me, I'm doing this after my day job. I'm a volunteer for a nonprofit. So a lot of my time, goes into during my day job. Even after that, I have like sometimes code deployments at night. So I have to work on that as well. So really just learn to say no and trust the people you work with, because they're just as, good and just as trustworthy as you.
All right. Thank you so much, Mito, Brandon, for sharing your thoughts. If none of the other panelists have anything to contribute, I will be moving on to the next question.
art has also been used to spark critical dialogues about important topics within communities. What critical conversations have you, or do you hope your art practices, spark within the AAPI community and even just the general public? And again, this is open to anyone.
I think one thing that I would like to share is that it's okay to fail, and failure is just stepping stone towards success, and it really builds you up as a person who's able to learn from your mistakes and really gain that experience needed. And failing, well, at that moment will feel bad. It's going to build you up. It's going to create a better artist. It's going to create a better person, and overall, it's going to create a better society. So, learn to fail and love to fail.
Absolutely. I would completely agree with that. And I feel like, especially in spaces where there might be limited API representation with artists, the pressure to be successful is even greater. And so I think giving ourselves the grace to, fail and having that freedom is, artistic liberty and is important in any creative process. Because again, it is a process, not the end goal that is sometimes the most relevant. And so I definitely would agree with that. Another question I would like to open up to all the panelists, and this is our last question, so I'd like to quickly move on to this. As individuals that spend a significant amount of time practicing your respective art forms, in addition to doing the community work that you do you have any advice for other aspiring API artists trying to tell their stories and histories through their art practices?
I guess I'll go. So this is something that, I may not have practiced earlier on, but definitely something that I realized over time is something that I should have done. And it's that quick phrase, bring your authentic self. It might be, super trite, such a terse statement, but I think, being able to bring your authentic self, we are able, at least from my experience, showing my authentic self over the past few years, have enabled me to move forward in a much greater distance than if I had continued to hold myself back in a way. So I would say that.
I can go next. I would say that, like, you as a creative, make work for yourself. Like, you don't have to make work for anyone. You don't have to listen to anyone. Do you, and who cares? Like, I feel like also be cautious of the people around you. As like an AAPI person, and like an artist myself, I'm always cautious of tokenizing myself to like this white heteronormative cisgender person or people in the art world. So I would say do you, and don't worry about these other people. Who cares? They might not like your work, but if you like your work, it's good. Who cares?
Definitely. I think those statements about authenticity are especially important in any art practice that you do in order to, you know, feel satisfied and content with, the products that you are making and the work that you are doing. Before we close this panel, I would like to open up the space for any panelists to share any final words or promote any of the upcoming performance or events they may be hosting. So anyone can feel free to just speak up and say or promote anything they would like.
I guess I can go first. I just wanted to thank OCA first of all, for inviting me to be a part of Starry Nite Fest this year. And I want to thank Shravya and the rest of the panelists today. It's a really interesting conversation that we had tonight, and just listening to y'all's story just, made my heart like just so heartfelt. It's like so good. And yeah, if for the people who are watching right now, if you want to learn more about what Unipro Texas is and all of our events and upcoming programs, you can email us at txinformation@unipronow.org. Or if you want to connect with me directly, you can follow me on IG and direct message me, or you can also email me at mito.are, that's mito.are @unipronow.org. Thanks again.
I can go next. You can follow me at Brandon THO Harris on Instagram. My website is www.brandontharris.com. And I have another talk called Art and Resilience. It's a talk with 4 different artists every week at UT Health coming up on November 11th. You can keep posted on that on my Instagram page. And next year, I'll be in a show with an amazing, talented Asian papermaker, Hong Hong, at Jonathan Hobson Gallery. So stay tuned. And thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited to be sharing space with all of you AAPI creatives. And thank you.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to everyone again. You can follow me on Instagram at tommy.saxophone, and I'm always up for collaboration, music or not. I would love to get into the field of intersecting art, visual art and music. So if that's something you guys are interested in, then I would be more than happy to do that. But yeah, talk to you guys soon.
Hey everyone, I just wanted to say thank you to everyone who watched, and especially OCA Greater Houston for bringing me back again, since I was here again last year, and it's just been awesome to meet everyone and hear the panelists and see their arts. And you can find me at my website, ashleywangmusic.com, down below. And I still am accepting students, and I teach virtually as well as in person as well. But yeah, thank you everyone for supporting us tonight.
And yes, thank you so much for this opportunity to speak with everyone here in this panel and to be overall be part of the Starry Nite Festival this year. It's truly an honor. I just wanted to put a plug in terms of the demonstration that I will be conducting tomorrow, 3 to 4 p.m. You could just click on the Starry Nite Festival website and click on the live demonstration link, live stream link, and I hope you could join it. Thank you again. Thank you, Shravya, for facilitating this panel. And thank you to all the panelists.
All right. Well, thank you to all the panelists. It was wonderful getting to have such a wonderful opportunity to moderate for this opportunity. And thank you to everyone that joined us here tonight. I hope you all had a great time listening to just our amazing artists and panelists right here. I sure did, and I'm definitely going to check out all the wonderful events that they have, planned for the future. Please follow our panelists, their respective websites and social media handles, and I hope you have a good night. Bye.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much to Saravia and our panelists for an amazing discussion. And I hope everybody who's tuned in was able to take some notes, because I know I surely did. And I'd like to also give some shout outs to Abby and Taria. Thank you all for emceeing today. Woo. Woo! And also Maria for being a tech wizard throughout this weekend. We really could not have done the whole Starry Night Festival without you. And I just wanted to say the discussions today were really, really, really amazing, and I continually learn so many things. And I'm glad to have so many people that I can look up to as I navigate my own identities and experiences, which is definitely a very interesting experience in itself. But if you have missed any of the broadcast artist talks or workshops throughout today or the entire weekend, you can always check out our Facebook and YouTube pages to find the recordings there.
Yep, yeah. And if you're interested in joining and supporting our efforts in pushing for Asian American ethnic studies, please reach out to us. And there are so many opportunities for youth, whether you're in high school, college, even middle school, but definitely for high school and college students to get involved, whether it's uplifting the community needs, such as volunteering, or advocating for ethnic studies, or whatever you want to raise awareness for. Having your voice heard in school, in board meetings, or on even a much larger scale within the city or state. We would love for you to join us and also our youth program, and don't ever feel like you're too inexperienced or whatever. Civics is for everybody, and I would love to see you there. Just reach out to me and contact me at abby.trino at ocahouston.org, and also follow us on our Instagram page, OCA Greater Houston, for more updates. And I'll pass it back off to Albert.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Abby, for that plug. And last but not least, before we end off tonight, we'll be announcing the winner of the Day 3 raffle. Woo! As we mentioned before, the winner for today will receive a pink Humankind sweatshirt from Tinlun Studios. So before we announce the winner of the Day 3 raffle, can I get a really, really long drum roll? Hope y'all are excited for this raffle. I definitely have just as an aside for me, but I've seen all the raffle items, and maybe this is a secret that I shouldn't say, but I definitely have entered because I kind of want to win those raffle prizes also. But just to be real candid at the end of the night. But again, if you don't know how to enter the raffle, it is on our website, StarryNiteArtsFest.com, where you can enter into our raffles. We have today's raffle, which is just being announced, and also tomorrow's raffle, which is also being announced tomorrow. Yeah. So if you haven't submitted for tomorrow's raffle, go ahead and do so on our website. And again, more plugging of our website. You can find our entire schedule and also register for a bunch of our closed Zoom workshops and artist talks. So yeah.
Wait, so which one are you looking forward to then, Albert?
Maybe I'm a little bit biased, but I'm definitely looking forward to Queen Anthony's workshop tomorrow, mostly because I'm helping with the Q&A. But really, whenever I was talking to him about all of his work, I was really interested because he's Filipino and I'm Filipino American, and I wanted to really learn more from him about his work and more about Filipino culture. So yeah. Oh, we do have our winner. So can I have another drum roll, please? Woo! And our winner for tonight is Nikki Del Campo. Woo! Congrats, Nikki. I personally know Ate Nikki. So hello, what's up? We will be sending you a follow-up email on how to get your prize. So be on the lookout for that. But thank you, Ate Nikki, for tuning in and also for signing up for the raffle. And as I had mentioned before, just another brief little plug. Tomorrow is the last day of Starry Night, so please don't forget to check out the website, StarryNiteArtsFest.com. You can find the schedule there and all of our registration links if you need to register for any of our talks or closed Zoom workshops. So I know tomorrow is going to be a great time. We're going to end off with a bang. So be sure to tune in, everybody. Thank you all again for attending Day 3 of Starry Night, and we'll see y'all tomorrow. Woo. Good night, everybody. Thank you all. Woo.